have you had any problems doing it that way? Well, that's subjective to the family. If my loved one is being tortured because they're not getting enough pain meds, that's specifically my issue. And they may not necessarily convey that to the physician. It might convey it to the nurse. We have no way of knowing all of this. And this just opens the door to so many issues, so many potential issues. Here, in light of what the prosecutor's intent is.
Okay, well, I don't agree with you on the intent of the prosecutor. We've had this discussion before. Anytime you get into these quasi-experts, you've got to go through the analysis. I laid it out before, as I understand 702, 704. So we'll leave it at that. We're just going to have to deal with it as we go.
Understood, sir.
I don't see a choice, you know. Well,
respectfully, I do, but okay.
Okay, you're saying I should ban all testimony of these doctors? Really?
I'm sorry?
I should just not permit these doctors to testify because of the potential problems?
No, they should be allowed to testify just about relevant evidence. It's irrelevant what Dr. Moody does with patient A as it relates to indicting patient B. And I don't see how
How's it, okay. You're asking the doctors on how they perform things. One of the examples will be this doctor dealt with them during the day shift, Dr. Husel dealt with them during the night shift. It's perfectly relevant on how they would have handled the situation.
I believe it's relevant to what they did specifically with this patient and why they did what they did as it relates to the indictment patients, but how they handle their extubations on other patients, I simply don't see.
I don't think that's what he's asking. He's asking, now, I think it would be fair for him to say, is this how you do it? And that's it.
Again,
We've made our record, okay? Let's get the jury in here and rock.
Thank you.
We can have more discussions on the break.
Thank you.
There's something else?
Yes, please. And I'm sure you were already going to do it, but if you could advise the jury as to why we're not continuing with Dr. Eli.
That was my first thing out of the box.
Thank you, Judge.
And I'm going to fall on the sword for the whole thing. I'm not going to point at anybody. It'll be my decision, since it was my decision.
I appreciate that.
Morning, everybody.
Gee, should we get here early enough? I told her to bring in the jury. He wants to go to the restroom.
I did not hear him make the mistrial motion. It sounds like they punted on that, which I'm a little sad about.
You can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. How are you today? Okay. I made a decision yesterday afternoon. I'm going to bring back Dr. Eli live. Okay? It won't be today. So we're not going to continue on with his testimony. We're going to call a new witness. We have to adjust to his schedule to bring him back live. That way it's just consistent. You get to see him live the whole time. Okay? So you're not taking any inference from that. It's just my decision. Okay? We ready to call our first witness, Ms. Grubb?
We are, Your Honor. We call John O'Connell.
Okay. Come down and make the path. Okay, I need you to raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Go ahead and make yourself comfortable in the chair there. You've got an aerial mic there in front of you, so you have to enunciate. You're in an area we was sanitized last night. You can take off your mask if you wish, but that's strictly up to you. Okay? I need you to state your name for the record and spell it so that my court reporter can get used to your diction.
John O'Connell, JOHN_CONNELL.
Okay, just relax for a second, okay? Just enunciate out. It'll pick you up as long as you talk up, okay? You're in kind of a fishbowl too, so that's why I'm having you do this, okay? With that, Ms. Grubb.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
And good morning to the jury. John, I believe that your preferred form of address is the name Sean. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And why Sean?
My father used to call me Sean. He was the Irishman, and Sean is John in Gaelic. So my dad always called me Sean, and my mom always called me John. So
You were confused, weren't you?
With a haircut like that, I can
Sean,
understand why
talk
your
to me a
parents
little
were
bit
weird.
about your education and how long you've been in Central Ohio, et cetera.
It's like a John Bolton
I
impersonator.
graduated, I got a Bachelor of Science degree at Ohio
Hello,
State
everyone.
University
Good morning.
in 1977. Then I got a master's degree in pharmacy administration in 1991. I started at Mount Carmel Hospital in 1975 as a pharmacy intern and worked there for 2 years until I graduated, and then I got hired as a staff pharmacist at Mount Carmel Hospital West. I stayed there at Mount Carmel West until 2019, and so I was there for approximately 43 years. I was a staff pharmacist for probably about 15 years, and then I got promoted to a operations manager at Mount Carmel West, and then I continued as an operations manager, and eventually in approximately 2012, I took on the job. I first was interim director of pharmacy, and then I was promoted to director of pharmacy. So I was director of pharmacy into 2019.
Okay, let's back up a little bit. Did you grow up here?
Pardon? Yes. Well, no, I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio, And then I came down here to go to Ohio State University and met my wife, and we never left.
Okay. Let's draw your attention to the time frame that this case is about, which is approximately 2014 to 2018. Who was in your chain of command at the hospital at that time?
In 2014, I reported my chain of command below me was I had an operations manager, Randy Miles, and I had a clinical coordinator, Sarah Hemker, and reporting upward, I had a chief pharmacy officer, Janet Whitty, who was the system pharmacy officer for all of Mount Carmel Health hospitals. And I also had kind of a dotted line to Dina Bush, who was the vice president of nursing. And so those are my two that I reported to.
Okay. Why did you stay at Mount Carmel for 43 years?
Well, I started, as I said, I started in 1975 as a pharmacy intern, and I worked there for a couple of years and as an intern, but then I became a pharmacist in 77. And as I continued to work at Mount Carmel, I began to understand that they had a wonderful culture. Mount Carmel West was founded by the Sisters of the Holy Cross, and they had a mission to take care of the indigent. And so Mount Carmel West was actually built in that area where there were a lot of indigent, poor people. So I began to realize that that culture really began to attract me as more than just practicing as a pharmacist, but that fulfilling a mission to do charity work and try to provide health care to those patients in the inner city. I also began to talk with a lot of colleagues, nurses, doctors, as I continued to stay on, and they all seemed to, or a great number of them, shared the same philosophy of taking care of patients in that area. And that's a lot the reason why many of them came there and why many of them stayed there. So I really felt drawn to the mission. And so despite the fact that I might have other opportunities to move on, I continue to stay on. So
Thank you. And does Mount Carmel Hospital express any religious identity?
well, it's a Catholic institution, so it does have a lot of foundation in that. Like I said, it was founded by the Sisters of the Holy Cross. So there were a number of individuals that I knew at Mount Carmel who were Catholic, but a lot of them were Christian. But we had some non-Christian individuals there too. But we would go to church together sometimes. There was a chapel, and a lot of our colleagues, doctors, nurses, myself, when we were working on days where
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Mass or whatever.
At some point, it's not responsive at this point.
It's perfectly responsive to the question.
The question was, is it a
Okay.
Catholic hospital?
We're not doing it. Overruled. Dr. finish up what you got.
Yes, him talking about teaching blind seals how to read in his off time is not relevant.
Was and is Mount Carmel a teaching hospital?
Yes, Mount Carmel's has medical residents, surgical residents. They also, we take pharmacy residents, and it also has a college of nursing. So it's very committed to teaching, yeah.
Okay. And what does that mean for the layperson? How would you explain what complications or other factors are at play at the hospital if it is a teaching hospital?
much that one of, I'd say the advantage of the teaching hospital is that you have students constantly coming in, and you have preceptors who work with those students. So you would, as a preceptor, you would get a lot of knowledge from the students while they were still in school to update you, but also you developed a really good rapport with the students. Say the medical and surgical residents, for example, our pharmacists would be involved with helping to teach some of those medical and surgical residents, and developed a good collegial relationship such that when the residents graduated with their medical degrees or their surgical degrees, a lot of them would stay. And so our pharmacists were able to interact with them very well because they knew each other. So we had a very good relationship. So that teaching really brings a lot of current knowledge, and it also develops a very good relationship with the students, and then after they graduate, when they practice.
Thank you. Do you believe that the staff at Mount Carmel had assumptions about each other?
Objection, Your Honor, as to what others assumed.
Okay, I'll withdraw the question.
Yeah.
What are your assumptions? What were your assumptions about your coworkers, if you had any?
Well, my coworkers, because I was involved with a lot of hiring them, I knew them very well, and my assumption was that they would practice with integrity, that they were very honest, and honesty was a really important.
Okay, they're using this guy to get the golly gee gosh darn it.
So
I thought we were all good
we could
people.
talk to each other
back then.
openly and could trust what we would information we would exchange in our daily practice. So integrity, honesty, a commitment to keeping up with their practice was what I would say was.
Okay. Was there a time when the hospital was planning to move?
Yes.
And what did that involve?
Wow, that was, it took a tremendous amount of planning by everybody, especially the department heads at Mount Carmel West, to meet with architects, to talk about processes, to figure out what type of I guess, healthcare delivery system we wanted to have in Grove City. So we spent many, many hours with that. So I would individually met with architects, worked on the design of the new pharmacy. I also was involved with the State Board of Pharmacy to determine how we could transport narcotics when we did move. We talked about the services of pharmacies so that they were ideally set so that our pharmacists could work on the floors with the patients and deliver the best pharmacy care. So it was a lot of time spent on that.
Thank you. When did this planning begin?
I would have to say I started getting involved with it probably in about maybe 2016, 2015 was when they began. There had been plans in the works probably before that, but then when it really began to roll out, I got more involved.
Were there other pharmacy leaders involved in this planning process?
Yes, I mean the chief pharmacy officer, Janet Woody, was involved. My operations manager, Randy Miles, was involved in helping with the design. My even my clinical coordinator was involved. So, yeah, we had pretty good representation.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a very personal question. When did you turn 65?
Let's see, that would be 7, 8. Be 2000, 2014, I think.
Okay. And the natural conversation that people have at 65 is, you know, do I stay, do I go, do I retire? What paradigm was in your mind at that time?
Well, when I was 65, I really continued to be both challenged and enjoying what I was doing. And I was healthy and I didn't feel any need to leave or retire at that time. And also, as I began to see when they decided to move the hospital, I really felt, because I had been there for so long, I really wanted to see that occur correctly so that, at least from the pharmacy's viewpoint, we would have really good services. And so I knew from all my experience previously that I could contribute to making a good transition to the new hospital. So I decided I'd stay on for a few years just to try to see that through.
Okay, thank you. So let's turn our attention briefly to your duties as director of pharmacy. What were your primary concerns as pharmacy director?
Well, there were multiple areas. I was the responsible pharmacist, registered with the Ohio Board of Pharmacy, so I had responsibility, overall responsibility for the management and safe supply of drugs throughout the hospital. I also was in charge of the finances of the Department of Pharmacy, so I had to oversee that we stayed within a budget, and I met with the finance people pretty frequently about that. I oversaw the purchasing of our pharmaceuticals. I also oversaw the actual personnel. I had about 80 some people that reported to me. We split those individuals up amongst my operations manager, but still overall, I was still responsible for all those individuals in terms of their performance, and I did performance evaluations and made sure that they were performing adequately. If there were issues, we had to address them. I worked with human resources quite a bit on the development of these individuals. I also had to help prepare for the Joint Commission, which is a surveying body that comes to the hospital about every 3 years.
Can I stop you right there? People talk about the Joint Commission, but I think there might be a longer title for what that is. Could you supply us with the longer title?
The Joint Commission of the Accreditation of Hospitals.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so they would come by about every 3 years, and they had different standards, and they would do a thorough survey of the hospital. I was more focused on the area of the Department of Pharmacy. So that area was called medication management, and there were lots and lots of rules and regulations, and they would survey that to see if we were compliant with that. So I was really pretty much in charge of making sure that happened too.
Thank you. As director of pharmacy, was drug diversion an issue for you?
Yes, that was the beginning. What I was saying was the safety of the drugs, both the purchasing and the distribution of drugs. And diversion was a very big part of my job to stay tuned to any issues that we would suspect any kind of drug diversion, and especially as the narcotic issues, opiate issues began to crop up in the past decade. We really had to pay attention to our supply of drugs, especially narcotics, to try to prevent that from getting out into not only to get it out into the public from theft, but also from individuals that might be working at the hospital that may have an issue with addiction and are diverting to drugs.
Thank you. Were there personnel involved with the pharmacy program at Mount Carmel that targeted drug diversion?
Yes, we had we call him a system analyst. He was a pharmacist, and there were computer programs that at first one was called Pandora, and another one then later was RX Auditor. And these computer programs interfaced with Pyxis machines and would tell us if it would record when a narcotic was being taken out of the Pyxis machines and who took the drug out, and then reports would then be generated, and we would know how much Nurse X took out of a particular drug. Say it was fentanyl. We would know how many vials of fentanyl were taken out over a particular shift for that particular nurse. And then we would run reports and analysis for all the nurses in that particular unit, so we could see if anybody was taking more medication out than was the average. So if there were 10 nurses working on the floor on a particular shift, what was the average amount of narcotic they would take out in that shift? And then we would see, well, wait a minute, Nurse X is taking out 4 times as much. And that would alert us. So myself and my systems analyst would sit down every month with these reports and look at them, and that would be red flags. So once we saw that, we began to talk to our nursing directors over those particular nursing units and begin to ask them questions about, have you noticed anything going on with this particular nurse? Was she acting impaired? Calls them sick a lot? Her colleagues say anything that might make you think that something else is going on? And we would continue to pursue that. If we saw that we thought there really was a problem, we would notify the State Board of Pharmacy, and then they would get involved in the investigation to see if there was really a diversion. I cover that enough. It's kind of.
Thank you. Calling your attention to the period leading up to October of 2018, did you have serious concerns about drug diversion in the nighttime ICU at Mount Carmel West?
No. And that we never saw any blip in our tool that we used, the computer system, to see that one particular nurse, another particular nurse, was taking out more than what would be the average. And the thing we have to understand is in the intensive care unit, opiates are used a lot, fentanyl and morphine, Dilaudid. And so the average was always pretty high. So we really couldn't notice any difference. So nothing alerted us to let us know that somebody was taking out an abnormal amount from the Pyxis machine on the average when we looked at a monthly reading.
Thank you. Previously in your testimony, you talked about your role as a procurer of pharmaceutical products for the hospital. Can you talk to us a little bit about what your role involved in obtaining the drugs or other pharmaceuticals.
Well, I had a pharmacy purchaser who reported me in the department, and his job was to order the drugs, keep the inventory up of all our medications, and I would meet with him frequently. We would talk about what we call velocity, or how much were we going through with particular drugs. We'd be concerned about if we were going to run short on certain medications, especially critical ones. So we would talk about that. If there were changes in medical practice where new drugs were coming in, I would talk to him about, we would have to order those. And then we would also interface with our corporate owner, which was Trinity Health. And Trinity would work with buyers, large manufacturing companies, pharmaceutical companies, and they would use those buyers to purchase the drugs. And then we would then order what they told us that we needed, what company we needed to use. So Trinity would every year would look at the different drug manufacturers. They look at both their costs and their quality. So they would sometimes they would go to the factories and inspect them. They made sure that the quality was a high quality, so that the Mount Carmel Health System, we would be guaranteed that we would get a good manufactured product, and it wouldn't be some generic, for lack of a term, slop house. So that we actually use good manufacturers to supply our products.
Costco brand drugs.
Attention to the general appearance of, say, for example, a vial of narcotics. Would that vial from a manufacturer have information on the vial?
Yes, absolutely. It would have the lot number of where what lot the drug was made from the manufacturer. Of course, the name of the manufacturer, the expiration date of the drug, of course, the strength and volume of the drug, or we'll call it concentration. That was pretty much the information on that. And it would also have a barcode. So when it was being used, that particular individual vial, it could be scanned, and then that scanning would also tell us it's the correct drug.
So even down to a little tiny 2 milliliter vial, you could keep track of that?
Yes, absolutely. You could track it.
And did you?
Yes. We had reports, and if we ever, for example, periodically, there'd be a notice that there might be a tainted batch from a manufacturer such that the drug wasn't as potent as it was supposed to be. And so they would alert us, and then we would know, they would give us the batch, and then we were able to go actually into our inventory, not only in our storage area, but also in our Pyxis cabinets, and actually pull those drugs out and replace it with another product that was meeting the standards. And then we would get that drug back to them.
Okay, thank you. Did this procedure involve staying on top of drugs for freshness and rotating stock if needed?
Yeah, our computer system, our Pyxis system, would alert us on any drugs that were approaching expiration. So it would give us a lead time of a few days. It would say X drug is going to expire. So our pharmacy technicians would get reports of that, and they would actually daily go through the inventory, and they would pull the almost expired drugs.
Thank you. Let's turn our attention now to the fall of 2018. Was there a major event in your life in the fall of 2018?
Yes, I had physically I had my hip replaced. The entire month, I was gone the entire month of November on medical leave. I had my hip replaced October 29th. And so I was gone through the month of November and returned December 3rd. And so I was in a medical leave of absence.
What was your last day of work at Mount Carmel West?
Friday, October 26th.
Did anything happen on that day with respect to dosage issues and a physician?
Actually, on October 25th, which I believe was a Thursday, was when my operations manager, Randy Miles, approached me in the morning and told me that one of our night pharmacists had a concern about a dosage of medication, and I can't remember if he told me it was midazolam or fentanyl, or maybe both. And Randy said he was concerned about that, and so he was.
Stop. Got it. Sustain, let's rephrase.
Thank you. You can't say what Randy told you, but
Oh, okay, sorry.
you did have a conversation with him.
Yes, I had a
Correct.
conversation.
Okay. And did you direct him or any other person that reported to you to engage in any activities as a result of that conversation?
Yes, I directed him to contact our quality and risk management individual, Katie Barga, and alert her that we had a concern and that we needed to look further into it to find out the circumstances of it, so that we would know if it was a serious problem or just a general report. Because in my capacity, I often heard people would come and tell me they have a concern about a particular drug or whatever, or the use of the drug. And so normally the first thing we have to do is get more information on it and understand why the doctor prescribed it and what was the patient's circumstances before we move into a larger investigation. So I went up to Katie, who was then going to talk to the nurses and look into it further.
Thank you. What day did you come back again?
December 3rd.
Okay. And upon your return, were there any developments with respect to this dosing question?
Well, when I came back December 3rd, I was bombarded by a lot of information related to the usage of fentanyl. At that time, individuals in Mount Carmel and risk management, quality assurance, were involved with running reports to find out more about high doses of fentanyl that were being used. They did some extensive, they ran extensive reports and determined that there were high usage of fentanyl, especially in one particular physician, which was Dr. Husel.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just asking him what he learned.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I was just learning that and found out the potential number of individuals and patients that were involved.
Okay, let's hold on for a second. Next question.
Okay, thank you. What was your reaction upon gaining knowledge about the dosing?
Well, my reaction was surprise that there were so many patients that were involved, and also surprised it was one individual physician. So, my reaction was really very concerned about what happened. And
Next question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. So did you take steps to address some of the interactions that you learned about with your staff? In other words, did you learn that a certain email had been sent by Josh Mush in June of 2018?
yes, what happened with that was when I'd gotten back that first week of December, I addressed my pharmacy staff at a meeting and, asked them, I told them that I was surprised that no one had.
I think the question is not being responded to. The question was about the email from Josh.
Okay. I'll leave the answer as it stands. Let's ask a new question.
Okay, thank you. Did Josh Mush have any elevated role or assignments in the hospital that may have caused him to elevate a concern?
Josh was, at that time, we had formed an internal quality and safety committee in our Department of Pharmacy. And Josh, who was a staff pharmacist, had volunteered to be on this committee along with a few other pharmacists and pharmacy technicians. Josh had volunteered and also volunteered to be the chair of that committee. So that was his role, and so the email that Josh had put out that I became aware of, that email was brought to my attention by another pharmacist who said you should see this.
Your Honor, as what the pharmacist said.
Gotcha.
Okay.
You can't talk about what someone has told you, okay?
Okay.
Did you confront Josh about what he did or didn't do after he expressed his concerns?
Yes. That first week I called, asked Josh to come to my office after I had read that email, and I asked him, this email was sent out in June, and I never heard anything else about it. Did anybody address you or talk to you? Because the email was asking the staff for information about high doses of fentanyl and ketamine.
Okay, stop.
Thank you. Okay.
You can finish it up, just that he was giving you more of a narrative than he was responsive. So,
Yeah, I'm done with the line anyway.
okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so did you also come to find out that there had been a discussion in a huddle in 2017 about some dosing practices of a physician?
I myself was not a participant in that huddle. I don't recall that.
Okay, what is a huddle?
A huddle is an informal meeting prior to shift change of our staff. So when people came in at 7 o'clock in the morning, pharmacists and pharmacy technicians, and the previous shift was still there, say the night shift, we would get together and they would discuss any kind of issues, just short-term issues in transition from one shift to the other. So they would bring up a point like, oh, by the way, we think we're running short on this particular drug, or there's been a computer that's down and something else. They brought up just sort of immediate concerns, so that would help transition to the next shift. So we would do that at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then we also did a huddle again at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the day to evening shift occurred.
Would there be a scribe or somebody taking notes at a huddle?
The huddle was led typically by my operations manager or clinical coordinator. I occasionally was there, but not too frequently. And any notes that were taken were just strictly notes that were brought up on the particular concern. Nothing was formal. We weren't writing down like a meeting of everything that was going on in that huddle. We just would, whoever was running the meeting might take a note that we need to follow up on this.
Okay. So let's talk for a minute about the training of pharmacists. How long again were you a pharmacist?
45 years.
Okay. And do pharmacists diagnose disease?
Could you repeat that?
Do pharmacists diagnose disease?
No, they don't diagnose.
In a hospital setting, do pharmacists order drugs?
No.
During your course of employment at Mount Carmel, did you mentor young pharmacists?
Yes, we had a pharmacy residency program. So we had pharmacists who had just graduated with their degree in pharmacy, and then they spent another year of training, more like on-the-job training. And they would rotate in multiple areas with multiple pharmacists on our staff, and they would actually spend a month with me going over finances, what a director does, and a lot of other things like that. So I interacted with them. I was also a preceptor for Ohio Northern University and Ohio State University. So we took students in their last year of pharmacy school, and I would spend time talking to them and mentoring them and teaching them about pharmacy.
Thank you. What to your knowledge was taught in pharmacy school about end-of-life care?
That to me was an area that was, I would say I did not recall in my training anything on end-of-life care. As, of course, that was a long time ago, but as the years went on, and I would interact with the pharmacy residents, students, there was never really a discussion of end-of-life care. There was no, to my knowledge, training on end-of-life care. There did begin to evolve knowledge on palliative care that became a specialty, and that kind of fell into somewhat oncology. So we did have a couple of pharmacists who spent some time on their own learning about that. So they increased their knowledge base in areas of palliative care. But end of life, formalized training, it didn't, as far as I know, up until when I left, there wasn't any that I knew about locally or nationally.
Thank you. Did Mount, just to address Mount Carmel, did Mount Carmel have a training module on palliative care or end-of-life care for pharmacists?
Not at the time up through December of 2018.
Thank you. Who would the pharmacist rely upon to lead them as far as proper medication?
Any type of medication or just?
In palliative care.
Oh, in palliative care. The pharmacist leaned heavily on the physician. The physician was especially the palliative care physicians who were trained in that area, because the pharmacists didn't have the formalized training. They had to rely a great deal on the physician that they work with directly.
Okay. And in the palliative care arena, would the pharmacist always know what a medication order was going to be used for?
If there was a palliative care set of orders that was ordered by the physician, standard set of orders, then the pharmacist would know that set of orders were put into the computer system, and so therefore they would know what those drugs are being used for, which would be palliative care.
Thank you. I'm going to place on the projector an order set. It's labeled States Exhibit 17B.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's my fault.
Sean, what is the topic or title of this?
Terminal ventilator withdrawal.
Okay. That's the rest of the first page. I'm going to show you the second page. Top and bottom. And the third page. Okay. Does this look familiar?
Yes.
And what's the effective date of this one?
The 8/17/2016.
Okay. I'm going to also place States Exhibit 17A on the projector. Does that appear to be the same type of document?
Yes, a terminal ventilator withdrawal.
And what's the effective and end date of that?
Effective date was 12/7/2010, and then end date was 8/17/2016.
Thank you. Let's talk about the drugs on here. This first page discusses morphine, correct?
Correct.
And it discusses the IV push protocols. Second page, Dilaudid, morphine, Versed, which is midazolam, correct?
Correct.
Last page, atropine, Ativan, Versed, oxygen.
Correct.
If a physician was going to employ this order set in a palliative extubation, would that physician place an order that would appear in pharmacy?
Your Honor, objection as to what a physician would do or wouldn't do. He's not a physician.
Well, I'm going to get there.
Okay.
We all know that the orders start and go.
I'll permit the question.
Thank you. If a physician was going to use this order set, would the employment of that order set arrive somewhere in pharmacy?
Yes.
How would that arrive?
It would be in the electronic, probably it would show up in PharmNet, which is the area where the pharmacists see their orders electronically. So
Okay.
they would see that in the multiple drugs that were selected.
All right. And when this request would come across FarmNet, would there be any notes on it as far as what it was for?
Other than the fact that it was for palliative extubation, or I should say terminal extubation, I don't think there'd be any other notes.
So if you're employing the order set, the use would appear in the queue?
These appear in the queue. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, thank you. I note that morphine is prominently displayed on this order set, correct?
Correct.
Fentanyl is not, correct?
Correct.
Why would morphine, if you know as a pharmacist, why would morphine be included on this order set and fentanyl would not?
Your Honor, objection.
Sustained.
Does your training and experience as a pharmacist tell you what the various properties of morphine are?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, it's obviously an opiate analgesic. So it's used for pain. It also has a property to help with, in lower doses, to help with oxygenation. So it's kind of like the drug of choice for pain, and especially with patients that have cardiac issues. Typically, they'll use morphine because it can increase oxygenation at a lower dose. At higher doses, then the respiratory depression comes in and it would overwhelm that. So that's generally why morphine is preferred.
Thank you. Okay. So there came a time when you were involved in the investigation of dosing in the nighttime ICU within the hospital. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you participate in a HR interview at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And do you know the date of that?
I'm sorry, I can't recall the date. It had to have been the first couple of weeks of December.
Did you opine at that time about diversion?
Repeat that question.
Did you opine during that HR interview as far as whether or not there could be diversion as part of this scenario, this dosing scenario?
I may have mentioned a little bit of concern, but my concern was not as great as what the dosing was going on.
Okay. Do you at this time believe that there was diversion going on in the nighttime ICU in the fall of 2018?
No.
Okay. You have retired and separated from the hospital at this time, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What were the proceeding, or how did that proceed as far as a timeline from this HR interview forward?
Well, in January 27th of 2019, I was put on administrative leave.
Stop right there. Do you know why?
What was told to me,
Objection is what was told to him.
Sustained.
Did you receive a written document?
No, I was just verbally told I was.
Okay.
requesting.
And as a result of being told that, you didn't go to work anymore. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then how long were you on this administrative leave?
Approximately 6 months.
Okay. And what happened at the end of that 6 months?
On July 11th, I was terminated.
Okay. And how were you terminated?
I got a phone call from my chief operating officer and the director of human resources from Mount Carmel West. They called me and told me.
So you did not receive a formal written termination?
No.
Okay. Do you have a separation agreement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you know, how many other people on pharmacy staff were either terminated or not reviewed or let go?
I believe the number was 13.
And as a result of this, did you have to hire counsel, or did you hire counsel?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you also appear in the state pharmacy board?
Yes, I did.
And did you give testimony there?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Did you discuss systemic failures at Mount Carmel West at the pharmacy board?
Systemic failure.
Failures in the pharmacy.
Yes.
And what did you tell them about the failures?
Well, they were asking me questions that were relevant to, or at least trying to find out what the failures might be. I personally didn't feel that there were failures in the pharmacy. I thought we had a pretty solid system. So they just were asking me more about the process of what was going on. And in terms of actual failure, I don't think that we came to a conclusion at the end of that there was any real failure of the pharmacy.
Okay. Was there discussion about the handling of retrospective review?
Yes, there was a discussion about that. And we talked about whether or not pharmacists were responsible for retrospective review on the orders that were pertinent in these cases, which of course was fentanyl, midazolam, which were procured by Pyxis override. And so consequently, there was a discussion as to did our pharmacists review these orders retrospectively, because when you use override, it's not a prospective review of the order. The pharmacist doesn't get a chance to look at the drug order prior to it being administered. So then the pharmacist's queue, after the process has already been done, it will show up in the pharmacist's queue later. So the pharmacist will complete the order just to clear it out of his queue, but they never really prospectively reviewed it. And we discussed that at the Board of Pharmacy meeting.
Okay. Had you received any direction from Trinity Health as far as that process?
Yes. When our computer system, our new, at the time, new computer system, which was Cerner, was put into place at Mount Carmel, there was, we began to realize that there was, in the PharmNet part of the computer system that the pharmacists work with, there was a box that appeared that had to be checked in order to clear orders out of the pharmacy queue. And there was a discussion about when the pharmacist checked that, did that mean that they verified the order retrospectively? And there was quite a discussion about that. Our staff pharmacists were concerned about that because they did not want to be held responsible for verifying an order that they never really saw that it was already administered. So we talked to Trinity Health. It actually wasn't me, but it was the previous director of pharmacy, and spoke to an officer in Trinity Health about this and our pharmacists being held responsible for that. And the answer was no, they're not going to be held responsible. And then also we had a communication with the State Board of Pharmacy who said pharmacists are not responsible for retrospective verification of orders. So those are the two pieces. So I was able to say to the staff they're not responsible.
Thank you. A moment, Your Honor. Can you tell us when those discussions took place with Trinity? Or with the farm board too?
The discussions with Trinity occurred before I became director. My guess it was maybe 2011. I don't have it exact, 2010 or 2011.
Thank you. What about the farm board?
The State Board of Pharmacy, it had to have been, I don't know, maybe 2013, something like that. It was
this was after you became pharmacy director?
I'm not sure. I can't answer that. It was might have been when I first began, but it did occur. I just can't remember. I believe it was maybe 2013 or something like that, 2014.
Okay. And actually, I'm finished with direct.
Ms. Massey, we're getting close to break. Do you want to go 10 minutes or we can break and you can just start out fresh?
Fresh, if you don't mind, but
Okay.
Jerry?
Is that okay, guys? You guys use a break?
Sure.
Okay, let's take 15 minutes. Let's actually take like 20 minutes and 25 too, okay?
All right.
Remember the admonition, so we'll see you in 20 minutes.
Hey guys, how you doing? Sorry, I was wrapped up in some things. How is it looking? Has the defense gone yet with the goofy looking guy?
I've never known a sober Ukrainian. Or a Russian. I mean, they're the same. No. Okay. So you plead not guilty. I'm going to file an appeal for the administrative license suspension that you're under right now. 1 year ALS. We got to minimize that. So are you better off, Orlin? You know, as a prosecutor, I always loved it when people didn't blow, because then I don't have to explain some fucking machine. I got a trooper up there in his or her nice shiny fucking outfit saying, yeah, I'm the trooper, such and such a time. They got fucking set of credentials that say they know how to spot drunks.
It's going well. Can you guys hear me?
In my professional opinion, this here individual was impaired.
Yeah, guys, I apologize. I had nothing to say because I wasn't able to really watch any of the direct. But just like yesterday, the cross will be good.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you had a good break. We're going to continue on. Mr. Nashing.
Thank you, Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Diana Nashing on behalf of Dr. Husel. Can I go through a number of exhibits? I'll just start, if we can. You were shown Stace Exhibit 17A. B, and C on direct examination. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say these are what they call order sets? Is that correct? You have to say yes or no just for the court report.
Yes.
And you were deposed in relation to this case, were you not?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an opportunity to review that deposition transcript prior to today?
Yes.
And do you remember during your deposition when you were asked specifically about order sets? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And in particular, you were asked who uses order sets. Is that fair to say?
I don't recall them asking me that, but
Okay, but more importantly, let me ask you just directly. Order sets are for nurses, correct?
they're, well, they have drug orders on them to check, so it's for the use of the physicians to order.
Okay, let me go to your deposition if I could. Could you find that page? I may have lost it. 1 second and I will find it. Sorry. Let me ask you this while I look for the section of your deposition about order sets. You would agree with me that order sets are not mandatory?
That's correct.
And if something's not a mandatory.
Your Honor, in the approach.
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, you two haven't got to know each other today. Let's make our time well spent. Who's Schaefer? Did you learn to juggle yet?
I'm running. Thanks for writing my daughter's napkin for lunch bag.
Were you going like this? Walk more.
It'll take her a second. You still got like 10 seconds to entertain them. Oh, yeah? The one your daughter told you, or?
It was Jackie.
Oh, Jackie told you? Okay. Okay.
Let me follow up and be more specific. During the years of 2016, 17, 18, so my questions are going to be during the relevant time frame of this case. Fair to say that the order sets were not mandatory during that time frame?
That's correct.
I want to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit MCD3 and also MCD4. While I'm going to go one at a time, and I have shown them to the state of Ohio. Mr. O'Connell, do you recognize these? Specifically MCD3. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you a bunch of questions about it if we can.
Hold on. When you look and stare across there, we're going to lose you on the mic. Remember, you have to enunciate because you're focused elsewhere. And it's human nature to let the voice go down. So you have to let us get a little body. I'm sorry for the interruption, Ms. Menashe. You may continue.
That's okay. Thank you, Your Honor. You would agree with me that 2018, 17, 16, there were 3 Pyxis machines on the ICU floor at Mount Carmel West. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Let's just go through the data that appears on the sheet if we can. The time period seems to indicate, does it not, the year of 2017.
That's correct.
And it says, oh, all profile overrides. Do you see that?
Yes,
And you remember, and certainly you know in your capacity, that per policy during this time frame, an override was appropriate either in an emergency situation and/or if a procedure was being done. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And you remember being asked, and I assume testimony is here today, that a procedure, in your opinion, based on your experience and position at Mount Carmel West, did in fact include a palliative extubation.
Object.
Okay.
I don't believe.
Let's rephrase the question.
Do you remember being asked this line of questioning during your deposition about what you considered a procedure per hospital policy?
I remember discussing it, yeah.
Okay. Fair to say that you indicated that an intubation was a procedure?
That's correct.
And then you said, did you not, a palliative extubation would also fall in the realm of a procedure?
Object, Your Honor. I don't believe this witness is competent as a pharmacist to decide what a medical procedure is. That would be a question for a physician.
Okay.
Your Honor, overrides is clearly within the purview of the pharmacy. When an override can and can't be used, this falls directly in line with that.
I'll permit the
That's,
answer.
Sorry, back to the question. Do you recall saying, quote, a palliative extubation would also fall in the realm of a procedure?
I thought that was true. That was my opinion.
So going back to, and you've been a pharmacist for 45 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to this sheet here, we know that this sheet is from 2017. Does it appear to you on sheet 1 to have indicate station 1? Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, and I'm going to flip through the pages and then we're going to look at them as a group. Does it appear on the second page to say station 2?
yes,
Does it appear on the third page to say station 3?
yes,
Okay. Now I want to go back through and I'm going to write down the numbers on this piece of paper so we can talk about them as a group. With respect to station 1 in 2017, what was the total number of overrides from station 1 in the year 2017?
Is that the totality of the document on the thing? Because you're asking him for a mathematical
No,
calculation.
just the number that's indicated here, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're going to go through the math at the end. 16,510, is that correct?
that's correct.
And that's for station 1 in 2017. Going to page,
Did he answer?
he shook his head.
Yes,
You gotta help us out. You gotta give an oral response.
Thank you. Station 2, in the same year, it appears that the total station activity with respect to overrides was 11,600. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Station 3, with respect to overrides within 2017, appears to be 8,258. Would you agree with me?
Yes,
Now, I do not expect you to be able to know that math at the top of your head, but let's say that those 3 numbers from station 1, station 2, and station 3, in 2017, the ICU totaled 36,368 overrides in 1 year. Okay, let's say that's the total number. Would you agree with me that if we divided that number by the number of days in a year, we've got about 100 overrides a day in the ICU in 2017?
Correct. The math's correct.
And just so I'm clear, these numbers, this data poll includes all shifts at Mount Carmel. It's for the entire year, correct?
That's correct.
Showing you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit MCD4. Just to reorient ourselves, this appeared, does it not, to be the override sheet for the year 2018?
That's correct.
And Station 1, the total number of overrides from Station 1 on the ICU floor appears to be 17,562 overrides. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I just want to be sure so the jury knows, I'll compare the last sheet to show that the station numbers are in fact the same. Do you see this right here? COM1CW1 and COM1CW1.
Yes.
So we have 17,562 overrides from that one machine in 2018. Let's talk about the second machine, the ICU. This one I have to lift up a little bit. Second machine, 2018. It appears that there's 10,782 overrides for that machine in 2018, correct?
Correct.
Then going to Station 3, so the third and final station on ICU floor as of 2018, it appears that there was 8,521 overrides from that machine. Would you agree with me?
That's correct.
Okay. And if the math, those three total numbers were to equal 36,868, we have about the same average of overrides every day on the ICU floor at Mount Carmel West, do we not?
Correct.
About 100 plus a day.
That's correct.
And the total number within 2 years of overrides on the ICU floor is over 70,000, correct?
That's correct.
Do you happen to know that Dr. Husel only worked 3 days a week in the ICU?
Yes.
Yes, you do know that?
I thought, well, I knew he'd work I didn't know 3 days.
Okay, you knew he worked part-time?
I know that he wasn't working full-time.
Ms. Menashe, be sure to mark that since you showed the jury,
I will, Your Honor.
okay? Referring to your mathematics.
Sure. It's my iPhone. Blame the iPhone if I'm wrong.
Well, we can admit your iPhone if you want. That means she doesn't get it back.
I wouldn't do that. I would never mark that, Your Honor. Just some follow-up questions about your direct examination. With respect to the conversation that you had with Randy Miles that you testified to that took place in your office. I know you were asked about that in your deposition and also in your HR interview. Fair to say that at the time when you were asked about that, you said you weren't sure if he actually told you which doctor was involved with that order. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you also indicated that when rating your concern about the information that Randy had given to you, that you said that your concern was about a media. Do you remember that?
Yes,
The morning huddles that you were, forgive me, they weren't morning, they happen twice a day as a matter of policy within the pharmacy department, is that correct?
that's correct.
7 a.m. and then 3 p.m.
Correct.
And those huddles, those times are representative, are they not, of a shift change?
That's correct.
And sometimes you attended those huddles,
Sometimes, not real frequently, but I did.
and sometimes Randy would go to them,
Yes, and Sarah.
and Sarah. And I would assume that your testimony about the culture of Mount Carmel and the collegiality applies to the huddles as well. Is that true?
Correct.
Based on your direct testimony and how you describe the culture at Mount Carmel, fair to say people felt free to talk to one another if there were issues.
Yes, I believe so.
And it's one of the things that you liked about it,
Correct.
right? And so this wasn't a culture based on your long experience there, where people were operating in silos and not communicating with one another, correct?
As to form, if the question relates to the pharmacy department,
Okay.
he's confident. Elsewhere,
Ms. Menashe, let's restructure it, please.
Sure, but he did talk about the culture. But sure, I'm happy to do that. So the pharmacist and your experience with Mount Carmel, well, in your capacity, you certainly had dealings at Mount Carmel with people outside of pharmacy, did you not?
Correct.
And your statements during your direct examination with respect to how you felt about Mount Carmel's culture applied to Mount Carmel as a whole. Did those statements not?
Well, at Mount Carmel West, that was my experience, yes.
You found the culture there to be congenial, right?
Yes,
And people work together,
correct.
people helping out other people. You talked about the mission. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes,
And again, how many years did you work at Mount Carmel West?
1940, 45, 44.
And in your observation over all those years, in the huddles, people talk to one another? People being the pharmacists talk to one another?
Yes,
And as a matter of practice, right, if there's something on my shift that I found important or concerning or relevant in any way, I would pass it on to the next pharmacy shift so that they could have that knowledge, correct?
that's correct.
In fact, I remember from your direct, I wrote down part of the purpose of the huddles is for people to report any, quote, immediate concerns. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes,
Just curious, you mentioned this individual named Josh. So that Sam has it. How do you spell Josh's last name?
that's tough. His last name is Mush. I guess it's Mausch. I'm guessing on that. I can't.
Okay. And it was asked that about him being on an internal quality and safety committee.
Correct.
If you know, when was that for?
I'd say probably maybe 2017.
And so
Wasn't real We hadn't been doing it that long, so.
But you were doing it prior to and at the time of Randy Miles coming to have the conversation with
Yes.
us, right?
Correct.
So that year 18 and maybe even into 2017, there was an internal quality of safety committee at Mount Carmel West.
Correct.
Do you know how many people were on that committee?
It varied, but I'd say 6, 7 maybe.
You've never met Dr. Husel, is that correct?
Not to my recollection, no.
You were asked questions on direct about diversion. There had been some time ago meaning before 2016, 2017, 18, 19, there had been issues with diversion at Mount Carmel West, correct?
Correct.
And anytime there's an issue of diversion, it's the hospital's responsibility to report that to the pharmacy board. Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, help me out a bit. We do question and answer, okay? You're dying to get the answer out. Let her finish her question, because this young lady's trying to get it all down.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so let her finish her question, Ms. Menashe.
Appreciate the young lady, though. I hope Sam took that down.
You are much younger than me, so I guess I'm okay in due bounds. It wasn't meant for any other purpose.
Mr. O'Connell, with respect to diversion, there had been issues with diversion at Mount Carmel West, correct?
That's correct.
And I know even in your deposition, you were asked specifically that there was previously an issue with fentanyl diversion. Do you remember that, saying that in fact there had been an instance of that?
Correct.
But when you were asked on direct about any nighttime concerns within the ICU about diversion, during the year 2017, no concerns, correct?
That's correct.
2018, no concerns, correct?
That's correct.
2016, no concerns, correct?
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Few additional questions. I know you were asked about Mount Carmel West was closing and there was a Mount Carmel Grove City location. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And at the time, your position was what again?
Director of Pharmacy.
And you would agree with me that the Mount Carmel Grove City location couldn't have opened if there hadn't been a pharmacy, a licensing approved for that new building, correct?
That's correct.
And so certainly getting the licensing for the new building was, in your capacity, something that was very important.
Yes.
And you mentioned your severance agreement with the hospital.
Correct.
Fair to say that in your severance agreement, there is language that says you
Object, that has not been shown to me.
Let me ask the question, separation agreement or a severance agreement? I want to make sure I get the word right.
Gosh, I don't know. Separation, I think. I thought of it as a separation agreement.
you thought of it as separation. So I just want to make sure. Obviously, I'm assuming that you signed that document that was given to you. And before signing it, you reviewed it.
Yes, I did.
And is your attorney in the courtroom here today?
Yes, he is.
I just want to make sure with respect to separation agreement, if you viewed it, that there is a paragraph in that agreement that says that you agree to not voluntarily aid or assist any person, entity, or group involved in any proceeding, inquiry, or investigation of any kind against any of the released parties, except to the extent as required by law, subpoena, or other compulsory process. Do you remember that language?
Yes.
So tell me if I'm right, that means that if I, on behalf of Dr. Husel, had reached out to you to speak with you about this case, per your separation agreement, you could not have spoken to me.
Unless it was under subpoena. That's correct.
So the only way that I could have ever spoken to you, or that you would be here today, is being subpoenaed in.
Correct.
Have you ever at any point in time met with the prosecutors in this case?
Yes.
And where did that meeting take place?
In my attorney's office.
So they came to your attorney's office?
Yes.
And were you subpoenaed that day at your own attorney's office to have that meeting, if you know?
I'm not sure it was a subpoena. I don't think I was subpoenaed to do it.
So you were able to just have a meeting with the prosecutors?
Object, Your Honor. You'd like to approach.
Yeah, I figured. Get to know each other, guys. I figure you're getting close to knowing each other. I don't know.
All right, guys. Well, I mean, hopefully everybody can hear me. We're learning quite a bit so far. Once again, this is another just whittling things down and chiseling through these guys and showing there's problems abounding. You know, there were 36,000 overrides through 2016, 2017, and 2018, and Husel wasn't involved in all of them. Husel only worked 3 days a week. So, once again, this is showing this idea that there was some elaborate pattern or scam he was working isn't working at all. You know, there's other things here where these, you know, the pharmacy had a free and open culture of reporting things, so apparently nobody cared. I'd say the biggest thing so far that I found, at least to me, was they didn't suspect any fentanyl diversion for the night ICU where Husel worked. Not in 2016, 17, or 18. So I think that's a crucial thing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, we're getting back to it. Let me know if you guys can hear me.
Sam, Ms. Blair, her magical earphones. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the objection sustained. You disregard the last question. Next
I
question.
disagree with that one.
So to dovetail on prosecutor, we'll just ask you generally.
Hey, Teddy.
In advance
Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Today, you received, did you not, through your attorney, a letter that addresses whether you are or are not considered a suspect in this case? Do you remember receiving that letter through your attorney?
I don't recall that. I don't recall a letter from.
You don't. Do you remember receiving a letter at all with respect to that?
I was verbally told that.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection if I were to show you a letter that was provided? One moment while I get a sticker.
Preliminary question and possible objections, since this is addressed to Mr. Reinhardt.
It has his name.
It's addressed to Mr. Reinhardt. He's already said he doesn't remember.
Okay, well, we'll get there in a second.
But he has the ability to know whether or not he was promised that he wouldn't be in an investigation by another group. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Showing the witness what has been marked as defense exhibit RPH-S01. So you can take a look at that. Let me know when you're done.
Okay, thank you.
Now that you've had a chance to take a look at that letter, does that refresh your recollection in any way?
I recall Mr. Reinhardt telling me that, but I don't recall seeing that document.
Okay, so, but you do recall being told that you weren't a suspect. Just a follow-up question as to that. Fair to say that it's your understanding, as you sit here today, that you will be treated only as a witness and not as a suspect, so long as the state has indicated you tell the truth. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Agonal, tell the jury, who do you think will be assessing your truth with respect to whether or not you're a suspect?
Sustain, strike the question.
Do you believe that as you sit here today, you're a suspect?
No,
Do you believe that you were unfairly treated by Mount Carmel West?
yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. In case you want this. Thank you. I'll get 'em.
Sean. Okay, I'm going to present State's Exhibit 20D.
Can I see that real quick?
Is this a new document?
Josh Mush.
Okay, look at the time.
Please review.
I'm placing State's Exhibit 20D on the projector. It purports to be an email from Josh Mush, spelled M-U-S-C-H, to a number of people. And it's been previously identified as a business record of Mount Carmel Hospital. Sir, did you review this document?
Yes, I did.
Okay, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
What is this document?
Your Honor. One moment, I might be able to clear this up. Just one moment. His name's not on that email.
Yeah, I know, but it's a business record. It's been previously identified, and he's seen it before. He just testified. Okay.
Is there an objection then?
I was just trying to resolve something without a sidebar, given you don't allow recross. Go ahead.
Well, that'll be an issue that we'll have to have a discussion on, won't we?
I'm just trying to establish, this is the email that we discussed in direct, is that correct?
That's
And
correct.
was discussed in class, okay. Ms. Menashe brought up the override procedure for Mount Carmel West, or from that Mount Carmel system during her cross-examination. I'm going to present to the witness State's Exhibit 23C, which has previously been identified as the automated dispensing system medication override policy dated 2 of 2015. Does that purport to be what I identified it as?
Yes.
Okay. I'm projecting it. There's a special comments section, correct?
Correct.
In the middle.
Correct.
And it talks about allowable exceptions to the override policy, correct?
Correct.
What is the first allowable exception?
That an LIP controls the ordering, dispensing, and administration of the drug, such as, but not limited to, the operating room, endoscopy suite, emergency room, and cath lab suite.
Okay. And then there are emergency situations also, correct?
Correct.
So who holds responsibility for dispensing, using, or administering the drug in the first instance?
It would be the LIP.
Who is the
The
LIP?
licensed independent practitioner.
Thank you. Have you ever worked in any other departments other than pharmacy at Mount Carmel West?
Your Honor, beyond the scope at this point.
Agreed, sustained,
That was raised in,
sustained.
okay, I'm sorry.
Ooh, she got told to move along. You got told to kick rocks and keep moving.
During your cross-examination, Ms. Menashe asked you about comments or testimony that you offered in a deposition, which is in a case entitled Marilyn Brigner as executor of the estate of Larry Brigner versus Mount Carmel West Health Systems. Do you remember that deposition?
Yes.
And at that time, she asked you about rating your concern about the conversation with Randy Miles, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that, or she indicated that you testified that your concern was medium.
Correct.
Is it not a fact that you testified after that you didn't have enough information to further grade this situation?
That's true.
Okay. You've given an HR interview, pharmacy board interview, and a deposition in a civil case in this case, correct?
Correct.
So you have testified outside of this courtroom in other causes,
Yes.
other than just for the state of Ohio. And may I have that separation document? Can you mark this?
If it's already marked, use the mark.
Actually, not marked. Do you want to mark it as your exhibit?
Yeah, I didn't show it to him, so I don't need to mark it. I'm sorry, stand up, I address.
Okay, well, I'm actually going to show it to him. So I'm just giving you the opportunity if you wanted to. What number? 31. I'm going to hand this witness, Mr. O'Connell, the document that we have now labeled as State's Exhibit 31.
Eric, based off of what's going on today with this guy, I very much agree they're scapegoating him. This guy got put out to pasture, though, because he was in charge.
Okay.
I'm going to lay out where I think we are coming up.
Sean, who's the person named on this document?
Swanner.
Is your name on this document?
No.
Is this your document?
No.
No further questions.
Your Honor, may I request on it?
Well, hold on. Any questions on the Mosh email?
Yes, please.
If one, just one.
Thank you. Just want to make sure, showing you State's Exhibit 20D. Mr. O'Connell, could you look at the names where it says two? And let me know after you've had an opportunity to review all the names. Do you see your name as someone that email is addressed to?
No.
Do you have any independent recollection as to this email appearing in your inbox, in your email?
No.
Your Honor, may I question about this? No. You?
No. You may step down. Thank you. Let's call your next witness.
We have 5 minutes to make sure she's out there.
Yeah, so this guy was ultimately the buck stopped with him.
Great, thank
Do
you.
you guys want a quick break? I'll eat into your lunch a little bit, but that's okay. Let's take 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you.
All rise.
Okay, so yeah, so here's where we are. Very interesting. Yes, this guy got, as you can tell, where he thinks he was treated unfairly. He was put out to pasture because the shitstorm happened under his watch, which makes sense. It's a corporate setting. But the letter from the prosecutor's office that if we determine you're not telling the truth, we may think you're a suspect. I mean, really, they think there's some sort of conspiracy here? No, I mean, at this point, I think they would have to say they clearly think Husel acted alone. But yeah, there's so many problems, though. This whole issue of 37,000 overrides from like 2017-18, and Husel wasn't even there half the time.
To clear something up on the record.
Oh.
He's technically not on the floor. He's not under
Pam.
subpoena. He is here on behalf of his client, though. Do you guys even want to put anything on the record? Or you wanna leave it hanging?
I do not, Your Honor. I prefer that it not necessarily be in our
Sorry,
record.
you're stuck.
So, yeah, this poor guy lost his job. Yeah, he got paid well. I mean, it's not like he was making good money. I'm not too worried him losing his job. You know, when you're the top guy and shit happens, that's the nature of the game. But yeah, he thinks he was forced out by the hospital. He's under an NDA, it sounds like, where he can only testify under force of law. And that's why they had to subpoena him. He has a letter from the prosecutor's office. Like I said, that's all bullshit to me. But yeah, 37,000 overrides, and Husel wasn't even there for most of them. So who's doing them? What's going on there? I think you've got... This is probably the biggest thing. They're claiming all these overrides are so dangerous and all this fentanyl, all these poor people that got killed. Okay, well, what about all the other overrides? It's crickets. This is bad. I mean, this is more damaging than the doctor yesterday. This is awful for the state's case. Do I think it's fatal? No, but they took a big, big hit. So just something to think about. And also you notice from 2016, 17, and 18, when Husel worked at the nighttime ICU, they said they had no concerns this was going on then. So how did they ever figure out Husel was involved? Because he was the night ICU doctor. And you go back to the initial detective, and he says, well, I don't know, because we didn't really fucking interview anybody. Now this looks like a completely botched investigation. So, I don't know. Can you guys hear me all right? I really hope I didn't just talk into the microphone for nothing. I'm not sure which lawyer you're talking about, Shannon. And I was busy taking notes. I didn't really care for what the prosecution had to say. Could there be a big civil payout if Husel is found not guilty? You mean from Husel or this other guy? Yeah, I bet they could sue, but if they're already signed an NDA and they were paid severance, part of that was probably a release of claims. So not necessarily, Matthew, but it's always possible. yeah, this was just in. Well, those witness told the truth, but you could tell this guy is a nervous wreck. His ass has been in the sling for years now. He has an attorney with him. That's probably costing him money. I mean, that guy was smart to get. Husel, maybe. He could probably show some wrongful termination and retaliation. I mean, all this evidence coming out that they claim he did all this shit and it appears he's not responsible for more than half of it. Oh, yeah, I think he's got some grounds. Um, but I will say the biggest thing, and I wanted to bring this up because I know when you guys have been watching these trials, and I mentioned it before, cross examination is generally limited to what is brought up on direct. Ohio is different, and that's because the Ohio rules of evidence. And I wanted to share this with you guys so you can see it. It's the Ohio rules of evidence, Rule 611, the mode and order of interrogation and presentation. Meaning how you do interrogating, meaning testimony and presentation of evidence. The scope of cross-examination. Cross-examinations are permitted on all matters relevant in all matters affecting credibility. So, unlike other cases where you're limited in what you can do, Ohio cross-examination is a free-for-all. So, like I said, when I first started this, Ohio's got some interesting things. Ohio's got all kinds of very unique things, unlike a lot of states. So, yeah, if in a criminal case, even in a civil case, this is the rules of evidence for everybody. Cross examination is an open field. I can do whatever I want. I can ask whatever I want as long as it pertains to credibility or it's relevant. As long as it's relevant or it pertains to credibility, I can go down that road. I'm not limited to what the plaintiff did or the prosecution did, which sometimes is helpful. Ohio's got a lot of odd rules, a lot of them. Not necessarily in the rules of evidence, but just in its laws. It's got a lot of unique little, if you aren't paying attention, it can cause you problems. I mean, every state does to an extent, but I think Ohio's got some of the weirdest ones. So, do I think he's going to testify? I mean, maybe they had a plan for him to testify, but right now at this point, I don't think they need to. Remember, this isn't like a self defense case where if you testify, you have to tell everybody they need to hear your side of the story. It's a murder trial, but they're not alleging self defense. Maybe they'll put him up there to talk about palliative care. I don't know. I will say he's a doctor. So he's, I would argue, fairly well educated. He's probably had some practice and some poise. He might be a good person up on the stand. I don't know. They may have prepped him for it. But at this point, I don't know if it's necessary. Because they're pointing out, like, yes, there are times where you can do certain levels of care, and he hasn't done anything wrong. So why the fuck would you throw him up there and risk it all? I don't necessarily know if that's a proper thing you should run into right now. So we're gonna. Oh, that's gnarly. I didn't notice this. Gosh, this StreamYard's kicking my butt, but I'm learning crap. Well, hopefully I can teach you more about just general law, but Matthew, I could, but the issue is I won't know where to look because, and also some of these things are like esoteric issues of property law that, drag along because it's generally something most states abolished 100 years ago. So I would there's some things I can talk about, but it's here and there, a bunch of little different things. Um, but I would say in this case, Matthew, most states don't allow you to do open cross examination. Most states limit it. So that's interesting. What I was going to say is Yeah, I mean, even in the federal rules of evidence, which is what most states model theirs after, it's limited in scope to what's brought up on direct. So, um, yeah, well, and I mean, Rennie, you have to look at like every state's rules of evidence to find that issue. And generally speaking, Rule 611, because everybody copied the federal rules, is how you can find it. Or if you just go into your state rules of evidence, you type in like cross
You can be
examination,
seated.
find it.
I hope you had a wonderful break, ladies and gentlemen. Doctor, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth,
New witness. Here we go. But anyways, I think the state is really hurting at this point.
You got an aerial mic there in front of you.
I would say critically injured.
So I need you to state your
They might
name
need
and
palliative
spell your
care.
name for the record.
Sure. It's Gina, Gina, Moody, Moody.
Okay, and for health reasons, you would prefer to leave your mask on. Is that
Yes,
correct?
please. Thank you.
Okay, well, I understand, they have to hear you.
Sure.
So it's a give and take, you gotta put some volume out.
Okay, I'll do my best. Let me know if I'm not.
You guys hear her okay?
Thank you.
May I proceed, Ms. Ford?
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, can you say your first name one more time for me, Dr. Moody?
Sure. Gina, Gina.
Good morning, Dr. Moody. So first of all, where are you currently employed?
With Mount Carmel Medical Group.
And where, which facility?
I work at Mount Carmel Grove City and Mount Carmel St. Anne's.
And in what capacity?
As a pulmonary and critical care physician.
Okay. Do you work specific hours?
I work during the day. We work in different capacities. We see all of the patients in the ICU, as well as patients admitted to the other parts of the hospital with lung disease, and have an outpatient practice at both of those locations where we see pulmonary patients on the outpatient side.
Okay. And why don't you tell me a little bit about your education, how you got where you are?
Sure. Went undergrad at Notre Dame 4 years, and then medical school at Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine. I did my residency at Riverside Methodist Hospital here in Columbus in internal medicine for 3 years, and then pulmonary and critical care fellowship, which I completed at St. Louis University in 2013.
And could you explain for the members of the jury what a pulmonologist is, what they do?
Sure. And as I said, it's pulmonary and critical care is my background. So we do a 3-year fellowship, training in both of those specialties. Pulmonary is treating diseases of the lungs. So really any disease that afflicts the lungs, we will see patients. The most common things being asthma and COPD. And the critical care portion is the management of patients when they're in the intensive care unit.
So those two combine together in your practice?
Correct. It's a joint specialty.
Okay. And are you licensed and boarded in both of those?
That's right. Yes.
How long have you been?
I would have taken, internal medicine boards I would have taken in 2009, pulmonary in 2012, and critical care in 2014.
Okay. And do you have any continuing education requirements to maintain your licensure?
You do. There's, to maintain your state license, you have to maintain, I don't know the specific number of hours that are required, but that's dictated to us.
And have you maintained all of your credentials since 2009, 2012, and 2014?
I have.
And how did you come to work for Mount Carmel?
Upon completing my fellowship, I was looking for jobs and interviewed and had a desire to be back in Columbus, having done my residency here. And so I interviewed with the group. At the time, it was a private practice group, not employed by Mount Carmel, called Central Ohio Pulmonary Disease, and interviewed with them and liked the practice quite a lot and the other physicians. And so I joined them in August of 2013.
And now specifically within the ICU, what is your role?
I function as an attending physician, so we see all of the patients for whom there's critical care needs, and basically manage their day-to-day care throughout their ICU stay.
Could you be more specific when you say manage their day-to-day care?
We're ultimately managing those patients. So for instance, in a patient who is on a ventilator, we're managing the ventilator, making changes to that, trying to determine if they're ready to start weaning from the ventilator, managing any underlying diseases associated with their lungs. Patients in the ICU are often on vasopressors, which are medications to help their blood pressure. So we're frequently adjusting those. Other common things, frequently patients have infections and are septic or in septic shock in the ICU. So antibiotics, managing those. We often are doing this in consultation with other physicians. For instance, if a patient has kidney failure, our nephrologists are involved, and different things like that. But we're ultimately kind of coordinating the care of that patient in the ICU.
At any point, do you interact with family members?
Sure, on an almost daily basis.
Okay, what are those interactions like, or what's the purpose of those interactions?
First, just to keep the family informed that this person is critically ill. In general, that's a very tense, upsetting situation for any family. And very frightening. And then also, it's really important because often these patients are incapacitated, meaning they're on a ventilator or they're deeply sedated, so they cannot make decisions or advocate for themselves. So their family is who we turn to first to convey information, and then for them to tell us about the patient and provide background, and ultimately, in some cases, to have to make decisions as things progress.
How much of your time do you think you spend speaking with family members in the ICU?
Counselor, you're going to have to get your voice up.
Sorry. How much time do you spend speaking with families in the ICU?
It varies day to day. If a patient is stable or getting better, it may be a brief 5 minutes. They're doing pretty good today, that's it. Other times, if we have a lot more to get into or there have been changes in the patient's condition, it may be a 20 or 25-minute conversation.
And so do you create these plans with the family members involved?
We update them. I mean, ultimately, the plans, it's ultimately as the attending physician, my decision, and we have rounds every day with our ICU team. But we inform the family of all those plans, and as decisions need to be made, not just end-of-life decisions. If there's a surgery or a need for a procedure that requires consent, we're in touch with the family. So that there's certainly a part of everything we're doing, but we ultimately are going to care for that patient. And there are cases where, unfortunately, there may not be family or family present. We're still always going to act on the best interest of the patient.
And what happens at the end of your shift?
And again, we don't really work shift work. We have an outpatient practice. We're seeing patients throughout the hospital on given days. But at the conclusion of an ICU day at Mount Carmel Grove City, because we have residents, they sign out to the nighttime physician who is coming on at 7 p.m.
And between 2015 and 2019, were you working at Mount Carmel West in the same capacity?
Yes.
Was it the same procedure at that time?
Yes.
So you would transfer the care of the patient to the evening doctor?
Correct.
Okay. What are the expectations then at that point?
And again, this was resident driven because we're a teaching hospital, but the expectation was essentially I don't want to say real, but it's certainly a pretty in-depth sign-off. They would go room to room, the senior resident and the nighttime physician, and provide a sign out on this is what's going on with this patient, if there were pending tests that they needed to follow up on, that type of thing. And then similarly at 7 a.m., they would have sign-out rounds in a similar manner.
Okay. Have you ever worked in the ICU in the evening?
Yes, I would pick up some shifts there.
I'm sorry, one more time?
I would pick up some shifts covering the ICU at night.
Okay.
And sometimes I was just there late by the nature of the day.
How do things differ in the ICU in the daytime and in the evening?
I mean, in a number of ways. I guess first is you have a smaller team. During the day, you have multiple attendings in the hospital as well as residents and nurse practitioners. We have critical care nurse practitioners involved. At night, I think until about 2017, we had a nighttime ICU physician and a senior resident. And then somewhere around 2016 or 17, they pulled that resident. So he or she wasn't there anymore. So you certainly had less support from a provider standpoint. But the nights are different in that you aren't having to write a progress note on every patient or talk to every family. You're there to admit new patients to the ICU and stabilize anybody that becomes unstable or has a change in their condition.
So you said, no, you're not writing as many progress notes, you said?
Correct. During the day, every patient I see, make it 16 ICU patients, I have to write a progress note on, or if they're a new patient, a new consultation. At night, the only notes, not only, but the notes that the nighttime physician does are just on the patients that are coming in, or they would leave a brief note if there's a change in a patient's condition.
So generally, do you not expect there to be much in the medical record from the evening into the next day?
Again, it depends. If the patient is stable overnight, no, there really wouldn't be need to have anything from that physician. And if there's a change in the condition, typically a brief note to document what changed and what that physician did about it is indicated.
Okay. And in your practice, do you perform palliative care of any kind?
We do. Palliative ventilator withdrawals and even transitioning patients to palliative care measures is fairly frequent occurrence.
Can you talk to me a little bit about the transferring to palliative care, what that entails?
Sure, and it usually happens in stepwise fashion over typically several days. Somebody has been in the ICU, critically ill, without showing signs of recovery, and perhaps progressing. In some cases, it may be briefer if their condition is declining very rapidly. And it most often involves meeting with the patient's family to talk about what the wishes would be of their loved one if they could sit up and tell us that. And we'll often say that to families, if you can tell me what your loved one would want here. And based on those wishes and the patient's condition, we talk about making decisions such as not resuscitating the patient should their heart stop. That's something we call a DNR-CCA, meaning we continue life support, but if the patient's heart stops, we would not resuscitate them and we would allow them to pass away naturally. If the patient is continuing to decline or the prognosis is felt to be terminal, then we have those discussions and talk about transitioning the patient to what we call DNR-CC, which is a do not resuscitate comfort care, where we would withdraw the life support measures and subsequently allow the patient to pass away without, any interventions.
And when do you generally have these conversations with family members?
At any time, frankly, because a patient's condition can change. It's a very fluid situation in the ICU. I would say most common is typically in the morning, we round on patients, recognize what's going on. It's typically in the afternoon that I'm meeting with families and having those discussions and making those decisions as needed.
And do you perform palliative extubations as part of this process?
Yes, we do. I do.
And back in 2015, 2019, were all these processes the same that you're speaking? Would you go through these same processes as well?
Yes, yeah.
Has your practice changed at all since that time when it comes to palliative care or palliative extubation?
I don't think in any significant way, no.
Okay. So can you talk to me in detail more about what you say to these families, what you discuss with them when you're discussing palliative extubations?
Sure. First, we'll review the clinical case. So what has gone on and what's the current status of the patient? This often entails going almost, we'll say organ system by organ system, meaning the patient has had a brain injury or perhaps, damage to their heart or kidneys, and sort of review the current situation of where we are. And often the fact that a lot of these things may not be reversible. We always want to fix the fixable problems, and if we're in a situation where we don't have fixable problems, then it's more dire, and we'll simply go through that with the family in detail and answer their questions, because it can be a bit overwhelming at times. And then, again, talk about what their family member, their loved one would want under these circumstances.
Do you prepare the family members for the actual procedure?
I do. Typically, we sort of introduce that as we start to meet with them, and then closer to the time, if we are going to be performing that withdrawal, we go into greater detail about what that will entail.
Is the extubation process a planned procedure?
Oh, yes.
And can you tell me maybe some specific things that you tell the family members? Do you prepare them?
Sure. We'll tell them, and we always give the family a choice if they want to be in the room or not, because the whole situation is very sad and it can be upsetting. And I'll typically tell them, and it's very individualized, frankly, but based on how the patient has been responding or not, we'll talk about medications that we may give prior to removal of the endotracheal tube. And I'll let them know that when the tube comes out, patients often cough and there will be some phlegm, and that while it may be distressing to them to see that, that is not inherently painful to the patient. But some families choose to step out during that part of the process. And then I make them aware of the fact that based on how that patient responds in the seconds, minutes, hours that follow, medications will be available to ensure that that patient is comfortable and peaceful.
Do you tell them what medications are available?
I don't know that I specifically do. If they ask, I certainly would.
Okay. And what medications do you use to keep them comfortable?
In my practice, most commonly are morphine and Ativan.
So you commonly use morphine and Ativan combined?
Or sort of alternating, and again, it depends on the patient's needs and the symptoms they exhibit, but those orders are in on an as-needed basis, yes.
Can you take me kind of step by step how you would actually do this process?
Sure, so typically, well, the first step is looking at what medications they are on, that they've been on sedative-wise. For instance, if a patient is on what we call a paralytic medication, we can't really do anything until that paralytic has been turned off. That is keeping them from moving at all. So we turn that off and we monitor something called a train of 4 to make sure that that paralytic is no longer in their system. Once we are...
Doc, help me out. You're going a little fast there.
I apologize.
Okay, and
Yeah.
your poor hands are falling off as they're writing down.
I will slow down. Yeah, talking shop, so it comes natural, but I will, at that point, look at the other medications that they are on for sedation. Some patients are not on any continuous sedatives at this point, and some are on high doses. So we will always either turn those off or reduce the dose to the lowest effective dose to maintain comfort during this process. And then based on the patient's level of responsiveness, something called a CPOT, which sort of assesses any distress the patient might be experiencing. We also use a RASS, R-A-S-S goal. And so we assess their level of sedation. And most often, prior to taking the tube out, we'll administer a dose of morphine and sometimes Ativan at the same time or within close proximity. And then after the tube comes out, most often those medications are available every 15 minutes. So if they exhibit any distress, if those scores that I mentioned trigger the nurse's attention or my attention, then they will receive subsequent doses of the morphine or Ativan.
And how do you use the CPOT and the RAS to determine
So that's a little bit more of a nursing driven, they're the ones bedside throughout this process and assessing that. But that may trigger the recognition that this patient was not grimacing and appeared comfortable, and 10 or 15 minutes later, we're seeing that they are more tense, and then that would prompt the nurse to administer another dose of the morphine, and those orders are already in place.
In the dose that you give prior to extubation, do you ask the nurse or look at the chart to see what the CPOT and RAS score have been?
Yes, and typically I'm bedside to assess the patient too, to see how they're doing in real time, and also looking at what doses of medications they have received up to that point to help guide me in making that dosage decision.
And when you say you administer or you dose them, you're not the one giving them the medication.
No, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, the nurse is the one actually administering the medicine. I am putting the order in and usually talking to that nurse about the plan.
And when you say you put the order in, what do you do specifically to do that?
There's a palliative care, I think it's called a terminal vent withdrawal order set, which is fairly comprehensive, and there's other parts to it, but it includes the dosing for the morphine and Ativan. So I just simply scroll down to the dosages that I want for those medications.
And that's your current practice?
It is.
Was that your practice back between 2015 to 2019?
For the most part, I think the order set has become mandatory since 2019, I believe. But there was an order set. It's probably changed some in the interim since 2015. But I think I used the order set in some cases, but probably not all cases. Sometimes I would directly enter the morphine and Ativan. So the dosages would have been the same, but it may not have been part of an order set.
And then do you know what happens after you place the order, either via the order set or just your own individual dose? Do you know what happens then?
To some extent, it doesn't directly involve me, but a pharmacist typically verifies those orders, and they are then available for a nurse to draw up and administer.
Have you ever interacted with any of the pharmacists?
Oh, sure.
Have they ever called you after you've submitted a dose?
For palliative or?
For anything.
For anything, sure, yeah.
Have they ever questioned the amount of medication or the type?
Yes, in different cases, for instance, and I'm not talking about palliative medications, but if I put in a medication that perhaps would react with another medicine the patient is already on, they'll alert me to that. And in some cases, I might say, yes, we should stop that medicine, and I appreciate them. In other cases, there might be a reason that I feel the benefits outweigh the risks and we need to give it, but there's definite collaboration there.
Okay, so you may adjust, you may explain.
Right, but there'll be a discussion and some collaboration with them.
Okay. And you said that you make sure that there is medication every 15 minutes?
Yes.
And how is that made available to the patient?
Again, it's the orders are there, so then the nurse is able to readily draw up those medications as the patient needs them.
And when you say the order is there, could you be a little bit more specific?
It's in the computer. It's been approved by a pharmacist. So, and I don't know exactly, frankly, what the nurse does, but she is able to access those medications then with ease and very quickly based on the patient's needs.
Okay, let's take a lunch break at this point in time. Ladies and gentlemen, can I take 15 minutes out of your lunch and come back at 1:15? Okay? I know you all have the microwave back here. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, remember the admonition. We'll get started at 1:15.
All right.
Let's relax. We can't go anywhere yet. Have a good lunch, guys.
Thank you.
Across the street is a reverse. Just she lives in the city, she went behind.
Thank you.
Okay. Doctor, while we're on recess, okay, you can't talk about how you testify.
Okay.
So if anybody approaches you about this or that, you can answer a factual question, okay? But as it comes to what you're testifying to and the manner in which you're doing it, it's off limits.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll get you back here in 1:15.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Mistrial, you trying to hang out? And that's on separation anxiety of my hands through. Please don't move, baby.
We out here in Kenya, and look at my girl Salma behind me. Salma, we got you that good food, girl. Hold up.
Shogo, you wanna go outside?
Oh, my dog, this is the best water I've ever had. It's delicious. Oh, my dog, give me more.
Coming through the door right now.
Meow. Meow. Era sana. Apa?
How you doing?
Hey, baby. Why are you so handsome?
Being vulnerable, Brando. The look that he just gave him.
Your French girls, Joe.
Oh my gosh. Do not move. Do not move.
Kotte.
Miss Stacy wants to come. Well, she's gonna go way to see Maya. Yeah. Do you want to see Miss Stacy? I would. You would?
Is this really happening? These are pigeons.
She's singing to.
These briefings, and we see him occasionally in still photographs from inside his house. Do we understand how much longer that's going to go on? When he will? I know.
Oh, Jesus.
Just when you think it doesn't get any cuter. It does.
Oh my goodness.
Just had plumbers come to the house to fix our bathtub, and they had to cut a hole in the wall. Well, when they screwed it shut with the cat inside.
premonition.
Let's start a trend today. We're gonna take the first video on our phone, no matter how embarrassing like this one is, and you're gonna post it and use this sound.
Lexi. Lexi.
Sit.
Als onverzuchtig geen dag.
Ja.
The exercise, 12 seconds, firm raises. Keep your arms straight. 3, 2, 1. Take a rest. Next.
He's gonna catch him.
That's a sea otter?
I love this dude. He's so chill. Look at him. Bed.
Opium trolley, opium trolley, opium trolley, opium trolley, opium trolley.
Hey, puppy. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh.
Good girl. Sit. Good girl.
Hey Daisy, you look like Marilyn Monroe. You like it? You like the air conditioning?
You having fun? Yeah. Good job. Come on. You got it. You got it, bud. Come on. You got it. You got it. Yay. Good run. Oh, yeah. Good work, buddy. Good job.
Where is she going? Get it.
Maya, come here. Come here, baby.
Okay, say woo woo. Woo. Good job.
God, I cannot believe that dog loves that.
Luna, do you got goldfish? Get them. Okay?
Certain crutches.
Okay. Good girl.
Get a lock screen. It was time to stop. Because we were real. I just needed to trust. Sure.
Oh my god.
Hey there. A ver, vamos que la llaman.
All disease?
just fart?
Bang, bang.
We've got a meerkat. Leia has just learnt to. Oh, whoa, whoa. And just chill. Oh my god. Ruby is. Oh my god.
The Leaning Tower pizza. What are you doing? Leah, get down. You're a cat.
I'm shrink. You're back. You're too far back, dude.
So did we come up with a schedule? My opinion on this, who matters is.
Oh.
Good boy.
Okay. Okay.
Hi.
No, ella va al lado, yo no carril. Ella va adelante. Y ella sigue el carril.
Hey. Mia.
Oh shit.
he's so cute.
She just sighed.
Listen, I can do whatever the hell I want to.
Can you sleep normal?
No, this is not for you. Let us. Come on.
Mas, come here, bud.
Hey there, buddy. You aren't eating, and you ain't flying away. Just here to visit me, are you? Can't tell what you want.
You got a little bag for your coriander. She was like, yeah, because you lose half of it before you even get home. I was like, yeah, I lose half of it when I wash it as well.
Come here.
Come. Sit. Wait. Wait. Go it.
Oh my god. I leave.
Wow. Hey, jag kollar dina magar! Hey. Well, jag tog dina magar.怎么办？
Yeah, 我要把它抢回来。
I don't know. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey.
What? That's not. Holy shoot.
Oh. Oh god, what's happening?
Is he in a carrot? Oh.
Chicken, look. Look.
Oh.
Doesn't this make you think of the chins when they're little? It takes them a good day before they finally decide that, oh, you're not going to hurt me. You're actually trying to help me.
Hey, over here. Hey. Anyway, catch.
You must be registered to vote and you to vote in your own ballot. If you're not registered to vote in your
Put the cup down. Put the cup down. Dude, put the cup down.
Morning, your dad's wet. Morning. Get off. Theo, come here. Okay.
Alam mo na. Alam mo na yung inject.
Oh!
Oh my God, what is that? Sit. Now hop in your bed. Good boy. You're such a good boy.
So the door is fully open. Trying to get Frankie to come inside, but he thinks it's still closed for whatever reason. Probably because all the lights are off. Come on, Frankie! Come on, Frankie!
What's on you, Pearl? Oh, that mean old mommy. Always messing with me. Let me see that face. Let me see those titties. Found it! Yes! Good job! Where's your finger? No.
Yeah.
She's tired. She is tired.
Pretty girl. Come here, pretty girl. Come here. Come here. Good job.
Yeah.
Everybody's not quite back yet.
Do you want me to go see if he's not there?
No, I can do that.
I was looking for new kids. I'm not just doing the discharge, so she's in candidates. So she's I haven't wanted to care for her or that's for her.
I love it. And so my dad does the horse program, and just, I thought that it's a lot smaller than here. He was surprised at the difference.
And that's what we used to call the bowling alley. It was 9B. And it was longer, probably just a little bit longer than this main area here, about the box. But the jury was like situated over here away from the judge. So they had their own entrance in and out of the jury. It was a good try case.
All the big ones were there back in the day.
Hard to believe we've been here over 11 years now.
I can remember, well, the Ucker case was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Tim McGrady prosecuting David Ucker. It's a big deal.
We had 270 shooter was in there. And then Buzz Lukens. Remember that they had the whole back of the building just lined up with remedial? All right.
Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a wonderful lunch. Doctor, you are still under oath?
Yes.
Ms. Bucher? Bucher, getting closer.
You got it. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Dr. Moody, before we took a break for lunch, I believe we were talking about medication.
Okay, yes.
I do want to come back to that, but I also want to finish up the pre-extubation stuff we were talking about. So can you talk to me about agonal breathing?
Sure. Just describe it to you, or?
Well, how do you explain, first of all, do you explain that to the family members?
Yes.
What do you tell them?
Make them aware that it is possible that they may witness their loved one experience what we call agonal breathing. And again, these are individualized symptoms, so it's hard to generalize, but when somebody is at the end of life and taking those final breaths, it can be agonal, meaning there can be some distress where their work of breathing is increased or appears distressful. In most cases, it's harder for the family to witness that than it is for the patient to experience. Most patients are not aware or in distress, but it can be visibly hard for the family to see, and sometimes it can be distressful to the patient, and in those cases, we administer medicine.
Okay, doctor, what is it? I mean, we're not doctors.
Sure.
You use that phrase, what do you mean?
It's distress breathing associated with typically the end of life.
Okay.
And you said it appears to be painful, is that what you said?
It can.
Reading.
It is. New question. All right, same question, just done right.
I'll move on. So do you explain this to family members?
Yes, we'll make them aware that it's something they may see.
And you said sometimes you provide medication for this?
Yes.
What medication?
Most often morphine.
Okay.
In my practice.
Okay. And going back to medication now, you've already explained the order set and how you do it. Do you then order the nurses to administer? Or how does the medicine actually get to the patient once you've ordered it?
So once those orders are in, there is typically a dose of the medications, most often morphine, sometimes or frequently in combination with Ativan. There is typically an order for them to give a dose of that morphine before the tube comes out, so that is a definite order that they will then give. After that, the orders are what we call PRN, which means as needed. So then based on the patient's needs. Some patients may not need any further doses. Some may need frequent doses. That's, again, patient by patient.
How much do you order beforehand for the patient to be given?
I mean, again, there's some variability.
Relevance.
I'm sorry?
Relevance.
Oh.
My standard practice is anywhere from 4 to 10 milligrams of morphine.
And post-extubation, what do you generally prescribe?
And again, we're generalizing, so I can't say, that there aren't cases where more or less is ordered. Probably, and those are every 15-minute doses, typically 2 to 4 milligrams.
Again, we're speculating.
Okay, overall.
Go ahead.
Those 2 15-minute doses are typically start at 2 to 4 milligrams, but up to 10 milligrams would not be outside of the bounds of what I've ordered.
And that's of the morphine?
Correct.
How about benzodiazepine?
Typically, I use Ativan. Versed is another alternative for benzodiazepines. In my practice, I'll use Ativan, typically 2 milligrams.
And is that something that you continue to medicate with as well?
Only if it's needed, but in the circumstances where it is, yes.
But it's possible?
Yes.
Now, are you aware of what a Pyxis machine is?
I am.
And do you have any understanding of how it works at all?
I've never, it's something that the nurses and pharmacists use. I have some idea, they enter something and the medications come out, but no.
Are you familiar at all with the override function of a Pyxis?
Other than that it exists, I'm not.
Okay. Have you ever ordered a nurse to use the override function for any purpose?
Yes.
What purpose was that for?
The one that comes to mind are vasopressors. So those we talked about are medications that help support a patient's blood pressure. So in circumstances where a patient is suddenly very unstable, I need those medications, those vasopressors very quickly. So I will ask the nurse to basically get out of the Pyxis whatever vasopressor you can get the quickest to save that patient.
And have you ever ordered a nurse to use the override function for a palliative extubation?
No.
And why not?
Well, I guess because it's not an emergency. So the cases where we are using that are those examples I gave where there's a really emergent need and I need that medication at that moment.
Now, you've stated that your preferred medication is morphine and Ativan, correct?
In my practice,
yes. This is in your practice. Do you ever use fentanyl in your practice in any way?
Yes.
And what do you generally use that for?
Two uses. One is in patients in the ICU when they're on a ventilator to maintain their sedation. And it's very commonly employed in those cases, either as a bolus dose, meaning we'll give it through the IV in a push dose, or with a continuous infusion, meaning it runs slowly over a continuous period of time to maintain the patient's sedation. The other time, I'm sorry, is in procedures where we'll use it.
Okay. And are you familiar with what the conversion factor is from fentanyl to morphine and vice versa?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
I believe it would be 10 milligrams of morphine is equal to 100 micrograms of fentanyl.
Okay. So have you ever used 100 milligrams of morphine for a palliative extubation?
Sustained.
I'm just talking about her practices.
No, that wasn't what you asked.
Have you ever used fentanyl in any palliative extubation first?
I haven't personally, no.
What is the highest dose you can recall giving of morphine for a palliative extubation?
No. Strike the question.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
All right.
You guys busy back there? I ain't hearing anything.
No, so it's Mr. Myers. Feeling when I get home tonight, it'll be gone. Yeah.
Well, you're not on, so sure. I was just talking. We still need to set up. Okay. Rephrase the question.
Thank you. So in reference, so we're going back to the conversion between morphine and fentanyl. In your practice, have you ever used 100 milligrams of morphine during a palliative extubation?
No.
Oh,
Thank you. Have you ever given in your practice 50 milligrams of morphine for a palliative extubation?
No.
And if my math is correct based on what you said, what is 50 milligrams equal to? In
the fentanyl, you mean?
Fentanyl.
unsustained.
Have you ever given in your practice 25 milligrams of morphine for a palliative extubation?
And to clarify, you're referring in one
Okay,
single dose.
hold on. Do we have an objection? I gotta count it down. Okay? You is going on your usual?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
You said objection, I stopped the witness, and I came back to you because I'm deciding on which way you are going with
Same
this.
objection.
I'll let her answer.
Also asked and answered.
I will let her answer. Go ahead and ask her again.
Thank you. Have you ever given 25 milligrams of morphine during a palliative extubation?
And to clarify, you're talking a single dose, correct?
Yes.
No.
And in your practice, what is the largest dose of morphine that you can recall giving to a patient for a palliative extubation?
Objection. Sustained.
Let's talk about post-extubation, the medications that you give.
Mm-hmm.
Do you order all of the medication at once for your pre and post-extubation process?
Typically, I will order.
Objection leading.
I'm going to let her have it on transition. You can answer.
I will order what we talked about, the PRN or as needed dosages, but I may adjust these in real time based on the patient's needs.
What types of things would lead you to adjust?
If we were not meeting the patient's needs, for instance, that they were experiencing symptoms of distress or clinical signs of distress, I may increase the dose. Perhaps I may decrease it as well if I did not feel that they needed a dose that I had ordered.
And do you instruct the nurses on how much to administer?
I place the orders and then they follow those orders.
Okay. And just for clarification, what is in the orders? So you obviously
Okay.
the dosage.
We've been through this before.
Okay.
Let's move on.
All right. All right, let's talk about progress notes.
Okay.
Can you tell the members of the jury what are progress notes?
Objection.
I'm sorry.
Asked and answered.
Yeah, she discussed it earlier today. And she was talking about the difference, the notes and night and everything else.
So the reason I'm asking is it's a transitional question. I have an exhibit. I just wanted to
I'll just go to the exhibit.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
You can just. And I'm handing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 1C.
Okay.
And if you hand that back to me whenever you're ready. Do you recognize this?
Sure.
What is this?
It's part of a progress note.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one page of one.
And what's the name of the patient? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Ms. Joanne Belisari.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish?
You may. If there's no objection.
No issues.
So, is this what I just showed you here?
Yes.
And can you explain to me the reason there's this language here in the progress note?
I guess two reasons. First, it sort of sums up a situation, and then when we are billing for critical care time, which is simply how we bill patients that are critically ill in the ICU, the billing guidelines stipulate that we put a statement in there explaining our critical care time and then how much time we spent with the patient.
Okay. So it says life support measures, and then the last part, without which she would not survive.
Correct.
Are you, in this record here, are you opining at all to her prognosis?
No, that is a real-time statement. So just in that moment, on that day, the patient would not survive without mechanical ventilation or vasopressors.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would like to go back to November of 2018.
Okay.
Is that when you became aware of the allegations against Dr. Husel?
Yes, late November. Yes.
I'm sorry?
It was later in November, the day before Thanksgiving.
And how did you learn about the allegations?
As I mentioned, it was the.
I'll let you have it. How'd you find out?
I was away. It was the day before Thanksgiving, and I got a call from my office manager.
Okay, that's enough right there.
And without telling me the specifics of the conversation or what exactly was said by the other person, what did you learn?
Okay. I mean, there were a couple steps in between there, but I learned that the prior night, which would have been Tuesday night, that Dr. Husel had administered.
Hearsay.
I'll promote it.
That Dr. Husel had administered 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl and 10 milligrams of Versed in a palliative vent withdrawal situation. And this had elicited concern, and therefore he was going to be placed on a leave while the hospital investigated.
And I think I know what you were trying to do when you're trying to give the information before. Why is it that you would be made aware of this?
Dr. Swanner is the one who had reached out. He was trying to reach Dr. Ralston, who was my partner, who was the medical director of the ICU at the time. Again, right before a holiday, Dr. Ralston was on vacation, his cell phone was off, and therefore I reached out to Dr. Swanner, not knowing what the situation was, but basically, is it something I can help with in the ICU? And then he disclosed to me what I had told you.
So Dr. Swanner contacted you?
No. Is it okay if I go through the steps?
No.
Okay.
Okay. After you became aware, did you at any point reach out to Dr. Husel?
No. Well, not at that point, no.
At any time after that?
Dr. Husel reached out to me in early December.
Okay. Did you ever send any messages to him?
In January, that was after news broke, so to speak, of the story.
And what was your purpose for reaching out to him?
He was a colleague and somebody that I had liked, respected, worked with for 5 years at that point. And it was upsetting to see what he was going through and his family. So it was reaching out in that capacity.
And you said it was in January that you sent a text message?
Correct.
When you sent that message, were you aware of the full extent of the allegations at the time?
No, I was not part of the investigation. I was aware of scuttlebutt, but I had not been privileged to the investigation itself.
Okay. Nothing further.
Cross.
Please report. Madam Prosecutor. Good afternoon, Mrs. Doe. Good afternoon, Dr. Lee.
Hi there.
Pleasure to meet you. This is our first time speaking, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you don't understand the question, just ask me to repeat it. Sometimes I have a bottom way of saying things, okay? All right. Having said that, we kind of bounced around quite a bit during your direct, so I'm going to try and do the same thing, okay? All right. Now, you said that when the process of, before the process of the extubation begins, that you have a conversation with the family, right?
Yes.
Remember that line of questioning?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said, and I wrote this down, that the whole situation is very sad.
Of course.
Okay. And it's not an easy thing to do to speak to a family about the potential passing of their loved one, basically.
Sure.
And it's also not easy for them to hear. Correct?
No, it's, yeah, very sad.
This lady over here is taking down everything to say, and you have to verbalize it. I'm not picking on you.
Oh, sure.
I just have, if
No, I agree with you. It's very sad.
instruct you to answer, okay?
Sure.
All right, so sometimes it's not easy for them to hear, right?
Right.
And in fact, these conversations are sometimes had multiple times, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And that can also include other doctors having that conversation.
Yes, yeah.
And you went over in your testimony some of the things that happens during the terminal extubation, like the Agonal breathing, correct?
Yes.
Now, fair to say, when someone is being taken off the ventilator, the oxygen levels, there's a huge difference in the oxygen levels, correct?
Do you mean in the oxygen being delivered to them?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so essentially when we're breathing in this air is 21%, right?
Right.
And we're getting 21% oxygen at this time in this room.
Correct.
When they're on a ventilator, that's 100%, right?
Only in the worst cases. It may be as low as 30% in somebody who's not requiring as much oxygen.
But many times it's much higher than room temperature.
Oh, of course, yes.
Okay, so there's the adjustment to that a patient has to make, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned the agonal breathing. That also affects their reserves, correct?
Could you rephrase that maybe?
Sure. When someone is agonally breathing, they are utilizing their reserves to go above and beyond and breathe extra, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And for the jury to help follow along, a person can tire out by agonal breathing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if they tire out agonal breathing, they stop breathing, right? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And I can't see your lips because
that's true, the mask.
It's okay. I understand the reason behind the mask, so forgive me if I ask you.
Sure.
So a person can tire out, and sometimes they die sooner because they tire out due to the agonal breathing, right?
It's a very individual.
We're going to get into patient specifics,
yeah.
But that's a scenario that sometimes occurs, correct?
There's the potential for that, yes.
Okay. And there's other things, other distress that a family may have to suffer when seeing someone extubated, correct?
Sure.
Some of them will be, for example, the death rattle. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a death rattle is?
It relates to the secretions that we all tend to produce, but at the end of life cannot manage, and therefore it will create this rattle due to the secretions in the back of a patient's throat that are pooling there.
And that can sometimes sound like boiling water, right?
It can. Again, it varies. It's not always this dramatic.
And in addition to that, a patient can also cough up blood.
They can, that's not a common occurrence.
In addition to that, one of the other things that they can do is have foam coming out of their mouth, correct?
Yes, I suppose, again, these are case-by-case type things.
All of these things are very distressing to see as a family member, right?
Sure.
And there's nothing you can do medically to erase those memories, those last moments from the patient family's minds, can you?
No, but we do want to meet our patients' needs, so we manage those symptoms to the best of our ability.
Right, and that's one of the things all these things that I just mentioned are things you try to think of ahead of time, right?
Yes.
Okay, and obviously you don't want your patient going through these things, correct? No. And you also don't want their family seeing these things, right?
No.
Okay. No. You mentioned that you utilize an order set that we've heard quite a bit about in this trial. Do you recall that testimony with the prosecutor on your track?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now, again, these are not, or at the time in question in this case, these were not mandatory in any way, shape, or form, correct?
No, they were not.
In fact, different doctors have different preferences based on their training as to what drugs they like to use during the palliative extubation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're, I believe I heard you say you're an internal medicine doctor?
Yes.
Okay, so you studied, you're board certified in internal medicine?
Right.
Okay. And you're aware that Dr. Husel's background is anesthesiology, right?
Yes.
So his background and training naturally differs from yours.
That's right.
And his familiarity, I knew I was going to bundle up the word. And it's a simple one. His familiarity with certain drugs may be different than yours.
Yes.
Okay. Now, may I approach witness judge with these three?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you state's exhibits 17A, B, and C.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Mooney, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if fentanyl is on any one of those order sets?
If you don't mind just giving me a minute here.
No, not at all.
Page. I don't see it on these two. I'll look at this one. I don't see it listed on any of these.
I don't understand.
Okay, is that a question?
I'm gonna, yeah. You're aware this case is about fentanyl, correct?
Right.
And you've been shown these order sets in the middle of this trial, but yet they don't have any mention of fentanyl in them, do they?
No.
So if I'm a doctor and I choose to utilize a different drug other than those, that's what's on those order sets, at the time in question in this case, I could have used those drugs, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned something about vasopressors and how at times you utilize nurses to get to, or you instructed nurses to override fix the system to get vasopressors, right?
Yes.
And that's because vasopressors are a form of life support, right?
They are.
And they help the heartbeat.
Yes, and they increase the blood pressure.
They increase your blood pressure. That is a thing. Vasopressors also, they're forgive me. It's been a long day. Vasopressors act quickly, right?
Yes.
Okay. And vasopressors are one of the life support measures that are utilized in the ICU.
Right.
Along with a ventilator. Okay, got to say yes.
Yes.
All right. Now, vasopressors are also fast acting when you turn them off, right?
Correct.
So if a patient has a vasopressor and you turn them off with the extubation while you're extubating a patient, it's 1 to 2 minutes, right?
It depends how much of that medication they're on.
Okay, but if they're maxed out on vasopressors and you turn those off, that blood pressure may dip quickly.
Typically it does. There have been exceptions. Sometimes patients do things differently than we expect.
But typically it does.
Yeah.
Okay, and that could immediately affect the heart to stop.
Correct.
Now, you were shown State's Exhibit 1C. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And for the record, it's 1C. And we're talking about Ms. Balasari.
Right.
And you state here, she's on full life support measures, including mechanical ventilation and vasopressors, without which she would not survive, correct?
Right.
Now, if you take her off the mechanical ventilator and you turn off the vasopressors, that would hasten Ms. Balasari's life, correct?
Sustained.
You're saying here that she won't survive without this ventilator, correct?
Correct.
And she won't survive without these vasopressors, right?
Correct.
So if she doesn't have them, she's going to die.
Yes.
And these two things are keeping her alive.
That's correct.
So if you take them off, it's going to hasten her death, right?
Sure.
And that's essentially the case for all terminal extubations, correct?
Yes, if a patient is terminal and dependent on those life support measures, yes.
So, after someone is extubated, what do you do when after the medication is given and the extubation takes place? I know you said some family members stay, some leave. What do? You go to your office?
No, I'm typically still in the ICU, and it's, again, the ICU is a very fluid place, so there may be other patients and needs that need to be attended to. I will typically check back on the patient and see how they are doing and how their family is.
If a patient is actively dying on life support, well, let me backtrack a little bit. A patient can die while on life support, right?
Sure.
So someone could have a ventilator and vasopressors and they could still die.
Yes.
Okay. And if someone is actively dying while on these life support measures, then as a doctor, you feel compelled to go to the family and let them know that this is a very distinct possibility, right?
Yes.
And that time is of the essence to make a determination whether they want to die on life support or have the tubes removed, correct?
That's right.
So if they are actively dying, that becomes an emergent situation, right?
Could you maybe rephrase it?
Sure. If a patient is actively dying while on life support system, while on vasopressors and mechanical vent, if they're actively dying while that happens, it then becomes an emergent situation to make that determination. Are we going to take off the bed, or are we going to leave him or her on, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, because what's going to happen is going to happen at that point. We do try to clarify pretty emergently with the family what I had talked about, that DNR CCA, because if they're what we call full code, meaning we do everything, then we would be performing CPR and all of that in those cases. So that part of the conversation is done urgently to make that decision.
Right, and if a patient is dying on life support, you have to let the family know, right?
Of course.
And at that time, they have to make a decision, correct?
Right.
And sometimes, depending on how ill the person is, and I know it's patient specific, that becomes an emergency, right?
Again, but things are going to, you know what I mean, we still support the patient and respond.
I'm aware of that, but it becomes an emergency, right? Because time becomes, let me rephrase that to make it easier. Maybe you might like this question better. Time is of the essence now, right?
To a point, but we don't, even if the family said, okay, we don't want to escalate care or resuscitate them, we don't emergently need to take the tube out. I mean, they may simply pass away, even doing everything we're doing, or by just simply turning off the vasopressors.
And you as a doctor can give them that option to die on the vent or not, right?
If time allows, sometimes patients pass away before we have that opportunity.
That's the point I'm trying to make. So time is now of the essence in that type of a situation, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll let you have it. Go ahead and answer. Can you answer that?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a time-sensitive situation.
Okay, so there are occasions when a patient, when a patient is actively dying on life support, where I guess you could call it an emergency, right?
Just ask that question.
You're nodding your head, right? Is that a yes?
No, stop. Strike it, ladies and gentlemen. Strike the question. Strike the answer.
I'm sorry, Judge. I misunderstood you.
Well, you asked the same question again.
My apologies.
It may have been different words, the same question.
I got you. Now, you mentioned that depending on the situation, where you go after a extubation, it depends on the situation, right?
Right.
So if a patient is actively dying, you're going to stay close by.
Yeah, I mean, I'm generally in the ICU and everything's fairly condensed there.
Now, you're aware that there's a monitoring station where the nurses can sit for an extubation and see the heart rate and the respiratory rate of the patient, even though they're extubated, correct?
Sure, and we can all see that, not just the nurses, yeah.
Gotcha. So a nurse or a doctor, once the life support's withdrawn, is inside with their loved one, can sit back and give them their privacy and still observe what's going on, right?
Yes, with the vital signs, yeah.
With vital signs. And they can make a determination by looking at that, whether the heart stops first or whether the patient stops breathing, correct?
You can, but sometimes the respiratory rate slows quite a bit and then they may take a breath. So there's some variability to all of that.
But you can definitely see when the heart stops, right?
Yes.
And then you can also, depending on the situation, can tell whether they're still breathing after their heart stops.
Yeah, I mean, these things happen sort of simultaneous. It's, I don't know how much we pay attention to what stops first. I mean, the bottom line is the patient has passed.
And also bottom line is clinically, when a patient's heart stops, that's when you determine the time of death, right?
Correct, yeah.
Now, you mentioned that you have dealt with pharmacists in the past where they come to you and they ask you questions about medication or sometimes tell you they're not accepting that medication, right?
Yeah, it's usually collaborative as opposed to that they're not accepting.
Now, as a prescribing doctor, is that something you rely on when you give an order for medication, that at some point someone who's trained in a different area than you is going to be looking at this, and if there's an issue with it, they'll bring it to your attention?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something I'm aware and appreciative of. I'm still ultimately responsible for every order I place.
And you're also aware that a pharmacist is responsible as well for their end of the process, right?
Yes, yeah.
Now, just want to make sure I have everything that I covered with you. Now, as it relates to Ms. Belisari, you were in fact the doctor who initially had the conversation with the family as to what what Ms. Belisari's preferences were in terms of life support, right?
That's right.
Okay. And you noted that in the chart as well?
Correct.
That's something you would write in your progress notes?
Yeah, or sometimes a separate note, like a separate family meeting note where I'll expound on the discussions.
And you also had the conversation with another patient by the name of Tracy Young, did you not?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Are you familiar with the name Tracy Young?
I know it's come up in this case, but I have not reviewed any records and I don't recall that case.
Okay. Can I get that chart? While he's getting that, you said that you're aware that it came up in this case, that it's come up in this case. Has anyone from Mount Carmel ever come to you and discussed let me strike that. Has anyone from Mount Carmel ever come to you and discussed this patient, Tracy Young?
Objection.
No.
Hearsay.
Oh, she's already got it out. Now, do you still want to maintain your objection?
No, it's not.
Okay. Continue on.
Okay. What about law enforcement? Has law enforcement ever spoken to you about Tracy Young?
Objection.
Okay, but he's not asking what was said, so has anybody from law enforcement approached you about this matter?
No. Well, I mean, about this particular patient, is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Not with respect to this particular patient.
You, in fact, did have a conversation with law enforcement, though, right?
I did.
And it wasn't until 2020 that you actually had the first opportunity to have any conversations with law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
So it was like a year after they had arrested William Husel.
It might have been more. I think it was October of 2020, so more than that.
A year and a half?
Yeah.
Year and a couple months? Okay.
Right.
And when they came to you, they never asked you about Tracy Young at all?
No.
Now, I want to see if I can have, make sure there's a conversation. Tracy.
He wasn't the doctor, but everything else got taken out, so I don't know what you do.
Okay. All right. That's okay. Okay, if I showed you your progress note on Tracy Young, might that refresh your recollection as to perhaps whether in fact you spoke with the family about removing care?
It may. Like I said, I haven't had the opportunity to review any of this patient's case before.
Your Honor, can we approach, please?
Yeah, we can. Ladies and gentlemen, find out something new about your person next to you. David? Okay. I'm still trying to figure it They've got a break in a bit. They got donuts. What more do they want? It's like Lay's potato chips. Can you eat just one of those things? Still hungry? Yeah. Tell me when you're ready. Ms. Pius.
Really quickly, I'm going to show you your progress note and see if it helps refresh your recollection, and then we'll discuss it a little bit.
Sure, that's fine.
All right. May I approach?
May.
Thank you. If just, you don't mind giving me a couple minutes, because I haven't reviewed this before.
Do what you need to do. That's fine.
Yes.
Okay,
sure.
Okay.
No. Do your work first.
Sure. Now, ma'am, you had a chance to review that record, correct?
Just now, I have not previously reviewed her records, though.
Okay. Did that refresh your recollection as to what you did on Miss Young in this particular progress note?
It does to an extent. It looks like that was 2014, so we are going back quite a ways.
Yes. And I definitely want to point that out. May I publish?
It depends. Well, there's an objection. Hold on. Can I see it?
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I'm the one making the call. So you're just going to talk about the first page?
Yes, not really diving too much into this.
Okay. I note the objection. I said I note the objection.
Okay. Dr. Moody, showing you what's been marked TY page 111 through 112. And specifically, this is a progress note of yours, correct?
Yes, the code blue note specifically.
And looking at the date here, this would have been entered in November 23rd of 2014, correct?
Correct.
And that is before Ms. Balasari's, who is the count one in this case, on 2015, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in this note, I guess it basically talks about the code blue that Ms. Young experienced. Is that correct?
That's right.
And subsequent to that, you met with the patient's mother and sister, correct?
Yes, along with the palliative care team and the chaplain.
And the chaplain and the charge nurse were present, correct?
Yes.
So multiple people are present during your talk.
Correct.
Okay, and you basically gave them Miss Young's prognosis, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, and you state that you will defer to the timing of this to the family.
Right.
Now, ma'am, when you, as a doctor, some of the three things that you rely on are your education, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry, yes.
Your experience.
Right.
Correct. And whatever literature or studies there might be out there that you can access, correct?
Sure, things certainly become updated as years go on.
Because doctors study and conduct studies on all sorts of things, correct?
Correct.
It's an ongoing science.
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say, equally qualified and equally trained doctors can have two completely different opinions, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one could be right, one could be wrong, or they could both be right or wrong, right?
That's fair.
Okay. How important is your experience with patients to you?
It certainly resonates, and I learn a lot from each case.
Is it what you rely on to continue to practice medicine?
Not entirely, but it's certainly a component of it.
It's a factor.
Yes.
And if you, I know during direct examination you were asked about your experiences and what you do during palliative withdrawals. If you conduct something, if you utilize a certain drug and it doesn't quite work out the way you had initially anticipated, you take that into consideration for the next patient, don't you?
Yes.
And if you also, on the flip side of that, if you give some medicine or a dose and that works out well for the patient, that's also something you consider for the next patient, right?
Yes.
Now, you were shown and discussed a little bit about how things have changed, or that there's now the order sets are mandatory at Mount Carmel, correct?
Right.
Now, subsequent to this changing, now you're required to follow a certain set of orders, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Well, an order set. There's options within that order set.
An order set. And you're also required to follow a certain amount of policies too, correct?
Sure.
Okay. You, in fact, have had a bad experience utilizing those new procedures, right?
I don't know specifically what you're referring to.
Sure. Judge, do I have to show to their entire prosecution team?
Well, she handed it to him. I guess he's kind of stuck, aren't you?
Well, yeah, Your Honor, you run the courtroom, but I can consult with my fellow prosecutors.
Okay.
I'll give them a minute to help the judge.
You guys want your break because it's coming close.
Yeah, I don't know that you've seen this before from the defense. So
Okay, hold on, stop. You guys want a break? No? Well, I'm gonna end up in a sidebar here in a couple seconds and you're gonna have to talk to David. Why don't you guys give me a little bit of loving on this one? Okay? David? All right. Sorry to be so demanding. It's like I'm a husband, right?
You understand. Take a break. Yeah.
Okay, so for example, the state introduced this for the purpose of saying, you see, these order sets are good enough. So what he did was murder. And he should have followed the order sets like other doctors who follow the order sets. Well, we know they're not mandatory order sets. We know they're guidelines. And we know that discretion is given to the doctor at bedside. So for that reason, this shouldn't have been introduced to the day, but they chose to. They made that affirmative decision to do that, and as a response, we should be able to say, well, okay, yeah, that's the new policy, but look, there are some consequences to that policy, and this is one of them. And that's it. We're not making this a mini trial as to the the remedies that they've utilized. But these 2 or 3 questions, and that's it. Then I'm getting back to what should be introduced into this case. I didn't bring that evidence in, they did. And I just simply feel that we have to respond. I can't leave that alone and in hopes that there's not a juror here thinking in the back of their mind, oh man, these new order sets must be the way it's supposed to be done, so therefore he's a killer. I can't allow that to stand or without addressing it.
Anything else?
One moment, Your Honor. We're just hopeful the witness has amazing ear blocking capability.
May I just clarify that the issues I brought up in here have been remedied in the current order set we have? Okay.
And Your Honor, I believe that we hadn't yet introduced the new order set. I believe that defense introduced the newer order set and their cross earlier.
No, I've never introduced an order set.
Okay.
We did A and B. No, I didn't. No, C. C was shown as well. No, C was shown. It's marked as state's exhibit. I actually had never seen the order set, to be honest.
Do new order sets remedial in nature? She's trying to change a remedial moment. No. You made your record. Okay, you've made your record. I'll step off. You can proffer what?
Are you saying that I can't ask her about this?
No, you cannot. We're compounding something that's already by rule, 407, it's not admissible. We're compounding it even more.
Then what we would like is to strike this order set from being entered into evidence.
The new order is the remedial one.
Yes, the remedial one, and with an instruction to this jury that they are to disregard this new order set or any mentions that have been made in this trial about that. I think that's the only way you can cure this issue without prejudicing Dr. Husel.
Help me understand that argument. What's the prejudice to Husel if it's a remedial action after the fact?
Because it's evidence that's being considered in the guilt phase of his murder trial, Judge. I mean, the state brought it in for a reason because they believe...
See, I don't think the state did, but that's for the transcript.
It's marked state's exhibit. We didn't mark it.
It was marked.
And I can recall them bringing it up. Ms. Menashe recalls it. I would not be addressing this issue if I didn't think it came up in the trial. Wouldn't care.
Anything else? I'll step off, proffer your record.
Okay. I think I proffered our reasoning behind it already.
Well, proffer, I'm not supposed to be there. There's nothing else you wish to add to what's already been said on the record?
Do you have anything to add? I think I've laid it out for the record. We would be requesting that.
A proffer is never done with the judge present. I know there's judges in this court that think they need to be present. You shouldn't be. It's bad form. This is your chance to open up the record for anything you think I've done, so you don't think I'm being influenced in any way.
No, Judge, I think I've laid out our rationale and our reasoning. I don't think it's necessary for you to step down. I will ask at this time, though, that an instruction be made to the jury. I think the jury is aware of what's transpired here. If for some reason I'm not allowed to go into this, I think that has a negative effect on the defense.
Any objection to a curative instruction?
I've been on before. I'm not allowed to say anything. right? Is that
Correct.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, what would you be suggesting as a curative measure?
I'm going to discuss with them that there's a concept under the law called a subsequent remedial measure. It's not to be considered by them for any reason. Okay, by law, it's not relevant. And that'll be it.
Could we ask that Your Honor instruct them that they are to disregard the subsequent order set and not consider it in any way?
Am I accenting it?
Yes, because it's already accented during the questioning, Judge. We took a break during an objection. This is the issue. And if that's the case, then let's get rid of all of it. We pointed it out. Obviously, there are a curative instruction on many occasions sometimes has to direct attention to the matter. I think that...
Any objection then?
Yes, I think like the court said, it's going to draw extra attention to the order set, and then they're going to infer that there's something else. I think it's perfectly sufficient to explain to them it shouldn't be used for the purposes of anything other than to compare it.
Okay.
We are the prejudiced party, and that's why we would specifically like it to address.
Well, that's an issue for the Court of Appeals here. Okay.
I certainly don't hope so.
Okay. I'll add it in, and we'll just get this matter once and done. Is that the last of the question you have for the doctor?
For that, on that topic.
So you have other cross?
Yes, just 2 or 3 questions.
Well, I know a judge, if you'd have said that, you'd have locked yourself in.
No, just a couple of questions.
That's better. Attorney Huber, you have to excuse us.
That's all good.
You're to disregard that whole entire conversation. We just need you there for it.
Sure.
You okay, Sam? We're going to have to all join yoga here since it was recommended. It just seems to penalize large dudes. Stretch like that. If I could stretch like that, I wouldn't be here.
So guys, yeah, that was interesting. So, a proffer, I was just told I needed to get on here because it sounds like a proffer was being done. And a proffer is where you have evidence you want to show, but the court isn't allowing to get it in. What the proffer does is you put on the record for purposes of appeal, if I had been able to introduce this, here's what I would have introduced, here's what I think it would have shown, here's what I would have gotten this witness to admit. That preserves that issue for appeal because now the appellate court can say, this is what he was going to do. This makes a lot of sense. So let's go forward with it. And then they can say, yes, this was a abuse of discretion by the judge, and you should have been allowed to introduce this evidence or ask that question. So, yeah, I just wanted to jump in. I was told this was kind of going down.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your patience today. I need to explain something to you. I usually try to do this as we go through the trial, but this one's kind of come to the forehead. There's a concept in law called subsequent remedial measures. And what that is you can't hear me? Wow. Here, let me sit down. A little disrespectful, but I'll sit down. It's the plexiglass's fault. There's a concept in the law called subsequent remedial measures. Now, what that is, something's changed because of an event. Policy, format, something along the lines, okay? Under the law, you can't consider that, okay? Now, in particular, we've been talking about the new orders. You can't consider it. You're to disregard that, okay? Anything for the record?
That's all we need, Judge.
Anything?
No, Your Honor.
So it's as if you never heard anything about the change in orders. Okay, it's not for your consideration. Mr. Baez, continue on.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I just want my.
Okay. Tech people.
Yes, Shannon, I'm sorry, I'll run this right in real quick before they start up again. Yes, you're always thinking about the appeal. You always have to protect the record, especially as the defense attorney. You're always thinking about the risk that could happen there, what could happen, how things will go. You always have to protect the record. If you don't offer those proffers, you don't offer that evidence, you'll burn your guy on an appeal. So you always have to object. You have to be bringing up the issues that come up. It's not as important for the prosecutor.
May I please the court?
May.
Dr. Moody, I want to conclude by asking you about something the prosecutor asked you earlier. You testified on about receiving a phone call where you were notified that Dr. Husel had given 1,000 mics of fentanyl to a patient?
Yes.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, you were asked about reaching out to Dr. Husel. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, what you had done was you had texted Dr. Husel and let him know that you were thinking of him and his family.
That's right.
Okay. And you advised him that this is crazy and you couldn't believe how it spun out of control and you were so sorry for him and his family.
That's right.
And you also said that you were truly sick of what he was going through and that to please let you know if there's anything you could do.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Moody, I'd like to direct your attention to the discussions that were had about the death rattle, as defense counsel called it. You said these are a symptom of the secretions. Is that what it was that you said?
That's right.
Are there medications that you give to treat that?
Yes, we can use atropine or some other medications that help to minimize those secretions, but they may not entirely resolve.
And forgive me if I mispronounce this, but what is a nasal cannula?
It's oxygen that goes under the nose.
Do you ever use this for your palliative extubations?
I do, in most cases.
And what's the purpose of that?
Just to help with that transition that I think we talked about when
Thanks,
you're going
guys.
from quite a lot of oxygen to room air. Instead of just room air, that would at least help supplement the oxygen and perhaps alleviate the work of breathing a little bit. There's still a big change in terms of that oxygenation, but it's meant for comfort in those cases.
Okay. Can you tell me the difference between the DNR-CC and the DNR-CCA?
Sure.
Objection to the unscoped cross.
I'm using it as a transition. I believe we were
Okay,
talking.
I'll let you have it.
Thank you.
So a DNR-CCA, and it stands for Do Not Resuscitate Critical Care Arrest, and that arrest is the important word there. We will continue to do everything for that patient, meaning mechanical ventilation, vasopressors, dialysis, other medications to help their heart, etc., short of them suffering a cardiac arrest. So if their heart were to stop, in that case, we would not perform CPR, we would not shock their heart, or give them any medications to restart their heart. We would instead let them pass away naturally. DNRCC is Do Not Resuscitate Comfort Care, which is kind of like it sounds. It means that we are strictly focusing on the patient's comfort. Not to say that we don't always care about a patient's comfort, but that becomes our only priority, and therefore we withdraw any life support measures that may be keeping the patient alive artificially, such as a mechanical ventilation, vasopressors. We would stop dialysis if they were on that, things like that.
And when you change someone's DNR to a DNR-CC.
Objection, Judge, this is beyond scope.
Well, I disagree.
Does that mean that that patient needs to be immediately removed from the ventilator?
No, but we make plans to do so according to the wishes of the family in that case.
And in your experience as a doctor, have you seen any things to show you that it is improper or bad for a person to die on a ventilator?
Objection. Okay. Sustained.
Is there a reason why it's not necessary to remove someone from a ventilator immediately after changing them to a DNR-CC?
Sure.
No, I'll permit that one.
Go ahead. Sure. Sometimes the patient, and we've talked about this, may be actively dying, and sometimes simply stopping those vasopressors, they would subsequently pass away very quickly. We talked about paralytics being a medication that keeps you paralyzed, so we need to know that those have been off and out of a patient's system sufficiently before we would take the tube out. So there are certainly several things that it is predicated on before we would proceed with that extubation.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Doctor, you may step down. Thank you kindly. You can leave that there. We'll collect it. Who's up? Don't.
Your Honor, I believe that Dr. Woodkey is our next. That is Mr. Zion's witness, and I will bring them in.
Okay. You guys holding up okay? Is it comfortable back there yet? Back in the jury box, jury room. It's okay? I just noticed that one group seems a lot funner than the other. I don't know what's going on here. I won't tell you which one. We were saving it for you.
Thank you, Your Honor. State of Ohio calls Dr. Woodkey to the stand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Doctor, come on down.
Just follow me on. Oh, you got it, David?
Yeah. Follow that gentleman right there, Mr. Penick.
And just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please. You said this. Make yourself comfortable. And if you would be so kind as to state your name for the record and spell your name, please.
Deborah Woodkey. It's W-O-I-D-T-K-E.
Thank you. Doctor, if you're more comfortable with your mask down, you may.
Okay.
Okay. We had another doctor in there recently, so I don't know. Okay. You ready?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Dr. Woodkey, what do you do for a living?
I'm an internal medicine physician, but more specifically, I'm a hospitalist.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a hospitalist is?
So by training, we train in an internal medicine program, but most internists in this day and age either practice.
I want to slow you. You're going too fast for me, and I talked to you before, so slow her down, please. I'm going to step back here so I make sure everyone can hear.
Internal medicine physicians are either inpatient physicians, which is a hospitalist, or outpatient internal medicine doctors, perhaps like a primary care provider that you would go to.
All right, and you are inpatient or outpatient?
I am inpatient.
Okay. And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your education and qualifications to do the job you do?
Well, we will go to 4 years of undergrad, 4 years of medical school, then you do a 3-year residency. Still to this day, there's no fellowship to be a hospitalist. You either decide that you're going to stay in, your interest is in the hospital, or your interest would be to be a primary care provider outside the hospital doing internal medicine, primary care, mostly for adults. It's usually not children, it's adults, older folks, complicated medical patients.
And are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
And how long have you been so licensed?
For 24 years.
And are you board certified in anything? So there's not a fellowship, but is there a board certification to come in internal medicine?
No, you're just board certified in internal medicine. There's different tracks, but internal medicine.
And that's what you're board certified in?
Yes.
And technically, who do you work for somebody?
Well, we're a private group. We're called Columbus Inpatient Care, and we're a group of 43 hospitalists, advanced care practitioners like nurse practitioners and physician assistants.
And so that's a corporation you work for that you're part of?
Yeah.
And does your corporation contract with any local hospitals?
Yes, we contract with Mount Carmel.
All right. And were you so employed and so contracted back in 2018?
Yes.
We've heard that Mount Carmel is a hospital group of 4 separate hospitals. Was there a particular hospital you were working at?
At that time, we were only at Mount Carmel West, some nursing facilities. We may have started at Mount Carmel East that year. I have to think about that. I don't think so, though. I think we were only at Mount Carmel West.
All right. So what was a typical day for you like back in 2018 working at Mount Carmel West?
Well, it is somewhat like shift work in that we come in around, the day rounders would come in around 7 in the morning. You get your list. The list is split up by one lead rounder. You see the patients that are in the hospital. Every single one needs to be seen every day in the hospital. And then at 3 o'clock, there's a 1 hour-ish, 1.5 hour overlap between the daytimers, several evening shift doctors, and then an overlap in night shift. We're 8-hour shifts.
Okay. And did you work in the morning shift or the evening shift?
Well, I worked all the shifts, but that mostly on day, a lot of evening, but almost never nights.
Did your group have evening hospitalists on duty?
Yes.
All right. So, as a hospitalist, were you ever assigned the role of attending physician for any patients?
Yes, the way it works is the hospitalist group, patients are almost always assigned to the hospitalist teams. And then typically we would consult as needed. There are some other admitting services in the hospital, such as trauma or general surgery. But the vast majority of patients in any hospital, anywhere in the country, are assigned to the hospitalist teams.
And you're assigned and then you're assigned as the attending physician for that patient?
The attending would technically be who from my group was seeing the patient that day and that week would be who that patient would specifically be assigned to. But in general, the admission service would say Columbus Inpatient Care, my group.
Oh, I see. So the hospital assigned you to your group, and you said there was 30 to 40 doctors in your group?
Yes.
And then you would be assigned like a particular day or week to that patient?
Yes.
All right. So taking you back to 2018, did you happen to be assigned the attending for a woman named Rebecca Walls?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 13?
Yes.
On the record, it's a black binder that says Rebecca. The people taken care of are the ICU?
Yes.
All right. So did she ever leave the ICU once you were assigned as the attending?
No.
Did you check in with her every day that she was at the hospital? Did you go in and see what was going on with her?
Yes.
All right. We're not going to go through this, but what was her prognosis? Could you summarize her prognosis, what her course was, and what the expectations were regarding her recovery?
Well, to discuss her course, I might need at least a discharge summary, but.
Your Honor, would it be all right to give that to this witness?
Would that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
I'm just going to pull this out. Showing you what's been labeled as the discharge summary of 11. Okay, the discharge summary from State's Exhibit 13. Yeah. What's that? Huh? does that help refresh your memory as to what her course of treatment was in the ICU and what her prognosis and expected recovery was?
Yes, yeah.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as her attending, what that was.
Well, she was 75 years old. She had a lot of chronic medical problems, which perhaps I don't have to name them all, but it looks like she had gone to see her internist, who was trained similar to me, but is an outpatient internist, and he saw her in the office, sent her to the hospital for shortness of breath. She had heart failure. It looks like she may have been directly admitted to the ICU. She had a heart cath and had to require a heart stent in one of her vessels, and she had a hematoma in the groin, and she required intubation just a couple days after admission. So at least 2 days into her admission, she's now in the ICU. Again, she became very, very low blood pressure or hypotensive, requiring medications to support her blood pressure. And then she became very unstable, and it sounds like, again, it was a situation where the family was called to the bedside to discuss her declining prognosis, and then she was palliatively, it looks like she was, I didn't say whether or not she was palliatively extubated, but I presume she was made a DNR-CC. That means comfort care only, which would suggest we were going to take away the life support, which would include the pressors and probably the ventilator.
Could you all hear her?
And then
hold on, Doc. One of the things that's human nature, when you're focusing on something, your voice will go down in volume.
Okay.
Avoid it so they can hear you, because I know they were kind of straining down there at the end.
Okay.
I'm going to stand back here and speak real loud. That's probably annoying everybody, but I think that sometimes makes witnesses speak a little loud. So you said shortness of breath. Did you guys use a medical term in that document, just in case the jury's looking at that at some point?
Probably dyspnea would be a word.
Yeah, can you spell that for the record? If the jurors see that term, can you explain what that is?
DYSPNEA, dyspnea. It's just that. It's a medical terminology for shortness of breath.
Okay. You said she had a right groin hematoma.
Mm-hmm.
What is a right groin hematoma?
My assumption here is that she had a heart catheterization. Typically, they either enter through the wrist or the groin.
Slow down.
Okay. They typically puncture an artery either in the wrist or the groin. In this case, it was very likely the groin, because she had a collection of blood or a hematoma at the catheterization site.
Is hematoma a doctor's way of saying a bruise?
No, it's more than a bruise. A hematoma is a large collection of blood.
Was that a medically important issue she was having?
Yes.
Okay. And that was is that what we call the word I'm probably going to say, iatrogenetic issue?
It could be considered, it's a well-known complication after a heart cath, especially since patients that require stents need antiplatelet medications. So I would say it's iatrogenic, but not uncommon.
If you could spell it, say it.
Iatrogenic? Oh no. IATROGENIC.
So explain that. Pretend I don't know anything about that.
An iatrogenic problem would be a complication of a medical procedure that is well described. And when you sign a consent, when you have something done, they say all kinds of things that could possibly happen before you go get a colonoscopy or almost any procedure. Those would be iatrogenic complications. Bleeding, heart failure, they name all kinds of possible complications, yeah.
Okay. So you've been reading from your discharge summary, correct?
Yes.
And if I may have that back, thank you. And I'm going to take this, and I don't do this. Discharge summary. To me, that is, what does that mean, discharge? Is that when you leave the hospital, I think, well, I've been discharged from the hospital, I leave with my family. What happens if you die in the hospital? What do they call that?
It's still a discharge summary, but some people will refer to it as a death note, but it's a summary of their admission and their passing. And it's mainly for the medical record, but also for the primary care physician, so they can read the summary of what happened to their patient after he sent his patient to the hospital, 6 days before she passed. And certainly he was going to look in the electronic medical record to understand what transpired.
Okay. So when we see admit date on medical records and Rebecca Wall's 13, that's the date she came into the hospital?
Yes.
And if the patient died in the hospital, the discharge date would be that second date?
Yes.
So what date did Rebecca Walls get discharged from the hospital?
I believe it was the 19th of November. November 19th, 2018.
Okay. And did she pass during a time when you were there?
No.
All right. So did you come to work the next day, the day after she passed?
I presume so. I came in the next morning. I would have to confirm that, but.
All right, so now you're the attending, and one of your patients that you're the attending for that was in the ICU has passed. Tell the folks what if any responsibilities you have to document the records and or to do anything else in regards to this patient.
So since I was the last attending of record that saw the patient that day before, it looks like she died around 1:30 in the morning. A message would get passed to my group in the night, who would pass it to me during the day to complete her discharge summary, and really more importantly, the death certificate. The last physician seeing the patient is signing the death certificate. So this is important legally for the family and for death records. The death certificate is even more important.
Okay. So this would be the responsibility of the last attending on record to do the discharge summary.
How my group, yes.
It could have been somebody else if it wasn't your week there, right? If she had been she lived long enough, it could have gone to another person in your group.
Right.
Even if she had stayed in the ICU?
Yes.
All right. So if your week was up, it could have just been passed on to somebody else.
Your objection, Your Honor, ask and answer.
Not permitted.
Yes.
Someone that had never even seen her before.
No. The last person that saw the patient, she actually died at 1:30 in the morning. I saw her the calendar day before.
I see. So even if it was her week up, you would have still been responsible for this.
Yes.
But if you had just come on and been the last person to see her, even if it had been for one day, this would have been your responsibility.
Yes, that's how my group does it.
Your group does that. And how many do you have in Mount Carmel West at this time?
At that time, maybe 30.
I guess the point is it's a rotating thing.
Yes.
All right, so you're the last one to see her. She died at what time in the morning?
Looks like at 1:30 in the morning.
You get the notification. What do you do to prepare that document that you have in front of you, the discharge summary?
Well, a lot of the final diagnoses of this document and the beginning of the history of present illness are the same as they were in the days prior, because it gets updated from day to day as the patient's progress improves or declines. But usually the last paragraph is the summary of just the 24 hours before the patient passes as they're declining, and what transpired and what discussions occurred and how the patient died.
How long did it take you to prepare that?
Maybe 20 minutes.
All right. And do you ever use the cut and paste option when preparing that discharge summary?
I would say the top of the form, some things don't change, like the final diagnoses, the primary care provider, and the history of present illness. The beginning of the history of present illness does not change.
All right. So you just find your last progress note and then continue on?
Kind of.
Well, I don't want to tell them how.
The final diagnoses, yes, they really don't change much. So you can cut and paste the diagnoses. There's not going to be a big dramatic change in the diagnoses.
Okay. You said the last paragraph you would have is new for this document, the discharge summary.
Yeah.
So if I can publish this to the jury judge since it's been identified?
Any objection, Mr. Nash?
No objection.
Okay.
And just so it's transparent, where should we start with the new set?
With the new one?
Start here or here?
The end of the first page.
Okay, start with here. There should be a laser pointer up there for you, and if you need to use it to point to anything for the jury.
Is it there? It looks like a little block there. Yeah.
All right, so this is what we've been talking about, the discharge summary of Rebecca Walls, right?
Actually, that's history and physical. I think you have.
Oh, where do I? Oh, I'm wrong. Ours are double-sided. Sorry. I know you. You're right. You're right. Here we go. Discharge summary of Rebecca Walls, right? Can I do that now? Right?
Yes.
And that's you, right?
Yes.
All right. It looks like she was discharged or died on 11/19. It says you wrote this on 12/4/18. Or you tell me. That's what I read that as. Why is that date there?
That's true. That's accurate, actually. Occasionally, if a patient passes away in the night, and my last day on service was that day, by the time the message gets to me, or perhaps if I have a couple days off, that's true. I did not do it until the 4th.
Okay, so this is the day you're writing it then, on 12/4.
Well, unless that's when it was, no, that must be when I did it, because that can't be when it was printed.
Okay. So you talked about there's a part that you can it doesn't change. We're going down this document. Final diagnosis, is that the?
Right, typically that would not change. We knew why she was declining.
Okay, so you're just getting this from the previous progress notes?
Yes.
And then we go into the history of the present illness?
Correct.
Using your laser pointer, is any of that cut and paste from the previous progress notes?
Yes, perhaps up to.
Is it in front of you? Is there a little?
There is, but I thought I had to show them. Oh, yeah. I would say. Okay, so she was intubated on the 16th. She remained very hypotensive, requiring pressors. Okay, I'd say starting from overnight on 11/18.
Okay.
She remained.
So for the record, if I could just describe what the witness was pointing at. You're pointing at the last line of the first page of the discharge summary, correct? Starting with overnight, that's the new stuff for this document?
Maybe the sentence before too, but she remained very hypotensive, requiring vasopressors, and critically ill in the ICU.
Okay. This document goes on. Is this the page 2 of the discharge summary?
Yes, yes.
And so this is all new. Can you tell the jury what this all means, if you can?
Okay. So she was hemodynamically unstable. That means her blood pressure was not stable, her vital signs were not stable. She was in distress, not doing well. They had to progressively go up on her vasopressors, rising levels of the medications just to support her blood pressure. It looks like the family was called to the bedside to discuss code status. They changed her to a DNR-CC. That would mean that she went from either a full code or a DNR-CCA to a DNR-CC, which is comfort measures only. Typically, that means the family is choosing to either withdraw or not stop going up on vasopressors, and probably it usually also means extubate the patient, remove the ventilator with the family present.
Okay, you can go on. And then
she died at 1:30 in the morning with her family present. And then I noted that I'd already signed the death certificate, because that's always the big question: who's going to sign the death certificate? That's much more And I'm happy I've already signed it because I didn't dictate this till 2 weeks later. So the death certificate is needed before that.
Why is the death certificate so important?
I'm not sure I just know that the funeral homes, they can't proceed with funeral arrangements, and certainly not if the patient is going to be cremated, they can't cremate the remains until the death certificate is in hand and acceptable to the coroner.
You were in reading and describing the new part of the discharge summary, the part that was not cut and pasted. You were saying, I was told, I'm assuming, why? Are you there when all this is happening?
No, I probably very likely got a quick checkout from my night team in the morning that said your patient passed away in ICU bed. Mrs. Walls in ICU bed 3 passed away around 1 in the morning. It sounds like the family withdrew. I get a checkout. We do checkout at shift change. So I was not there, but certainly somebody told me that. I didn't.
Okay.
There's no way I could have known the family was present.
So for purposes of medical diagnosis, someone told you this information and then you put it into the medical record.
Correct.
You said, I have already signed the death certificate, showing you what I've marked for identification purposes, as states exhibit 18N. So we got them for all patients. Let me approach the witness, Your Honor. Showing you what I marked as 18N. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this looks like her death certificate.
Okay, is that your signature on that?
Yes.
Is it appear to be fair and accurate?
Yes.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may. I assume there's no objections.
Do you have any objection? Yeah. Here we go with States Exhibit 18. That is your signature here in the middle under the 26A certifier name and title?
Yes.
All right. And what date did you sign this?
11/26 of 18.
So how many days, that's, there's what, how many days in November?
7.
31, right? 30? There's 30 days in November, so that's 11 days. Well, how many days after is that then?
7.
7 days after Ms. Walls actually passed, right? Then that would have been 5 days before you wrote the new part in the discharge summary?
Yes.
Okay. So did you write in this stuff here? Has to, let me see if I can, in part 28, has to immediate cause, and then list any conditions, something to immediate cause. Did you write all this stuff in here?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury where you got that information from?
Well, that's her diagnoses. That's her main diagnoses that contributed to her death. And they want to know, they want the most recent one to the oldest one, in that order. The first one should be the most recent one. Diagnosis, that is.
Did you make any of those diagnoses yourself?
No.
Who made those diagnoses? And where you get them?
Well, I mean, what do you mean make the diagnoses?
Did you even examine, I mean, I don't want to say you didn't do your job here, I'm just saying, you said she was in the ICU already when you saw her.
Right.
So did you say, oh, this is what's wrong with her, or are you getting this from what other doctors have said is wrong?
It's a team of doctors have diagnosed her with these problems.
Okay. So, yeah, you're getting it from States 13, from the medical records.
Well, that and just the facts that we have echocardiograms and she's on dialysis. I mean, there's a lot surrounding these diagnoses that support them.
Yeah, I'm not trying to question, I'm just trying to, where does that knowledge that you're writing down come from? It comes from the whole team, that's all, right?
Yes.
All right. let's you use some abbreviations just in case the jurors have some questions. Heart failure, that's where she needed the thing to go up in her leg and caused a bruise or caused the blood.
Actually, that was the third one. She had coronary artery, number 3, she had coronary artery disease requiring a right coronary artery stent.
Okay, so CAD stands for coronary artery disease.
Yes.
And then RCA stands for?
Right coronary artery.
Okay. And then this was by history, the last one there?
Right.
And what does a C with a line over it mean?
With, she had a history of bladder cancer and had been diagnosed with a recurrence.
Okay, so when she got here, she used to have it and then it had come back. Is that what that means?
Prior to the admission even, they knew this because I wrote months. So that was known when she came into the hospital.
Okay, and what's acute renal failure requiring dialysis?
She had progressed to renal failure requiring hemodialysis. Her kidneys were not working and she had to receive renal replacement therapy.
Okay, and then this last one, acute, what's that?
Congestive heart failure, and she had a severely tight aortic valve, a stenotic or a tight aortic valve, which caused her to go into heart failure.
Okay.
Those were all fairly new diagnoses.
Those were what?
New diagnoses.
By the team at the hospital?
Yes.
All right. So when you're preparing the discharge summary on 12-4, you say this was, the first part up to that last sentence was cut and pasted?
Probably.
And then the last bit was what you were told by whoever you talked to in the morning?
Probably.
Did you go through States Exhibit 13, page by page, in making your discharge summary?
No.
Did you go back here in the section labeled medication administration record, for the record, this is from States 13 from Rebecca Walls. It's medication administration records. It begins with an entry, administration date time of 11/18/2018 and 1949 Eastern time. Did you go back and look at this document?
No.
Would that ever be your practice to do that?
No.
And I'm sorry, on the back of that, does that list the amount of fentanyl she received on 11/19? I'm not going to ask you to tell what it was, just does it, is that where the fentanyl is she received on 11/19?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of any of that when you wrote that discharge summary?
No.
Were you aware of any of that when you signed that death certificate?
No.
Is that your practice to do that in cases like this?
No.
I'd like to talk to you about patient Melissa Penick, States Exhibit 14. Do you recognize States Exhibit 14?
Yes.
We had a chance to look at this? You had a chance to review these?
Yes.
And what are these, please?
Well, that's her whole electronic medical record, but including, you had specifically had me look at her discharge summary and her death certificate.
Right. Did they appear to be fair and accurate?
Yes.
And when you say her whole medical record, we're referring to an admission between 11/15 of 2018 and 11/20 of 2018.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Okay. Same thing, you're the assigned attending. What do you remember about Melissa Penick that you could share regarding your treatment of Melissa Penick?
I remember it more accurately because when I picked her care up, she was out on the regular floor, not in the ICU, not doing well, and she had pneumonia, she had a lot of other things. If you want me to go through all those, I'd have to have that in front of me, but.
Can you need that in front of you? May I, Judge? that helps refresh your memory. Any objection, Ms. Beneshi? No. Okay, so I'm just going to give her the discharge summary. Is that what you need, or do you need the whole?
Sure, the discharge summary would be fine.
Just an outline.
No, Birch.
When she was first admitted on November the 15th, she was actually on a regular medical floor, not doing very well, but she had multifocal pneumonia, she had heart failure, she was coughing up blood, and she was on blood thinners.
How many blood thinners was she on?
How many?
Yeah, was she on more than one?
She was on Eliquis and Plavix, and aspirin. She was on 3 for a while. So she was coughing up blood, and that would be normal with a pneumonia in multiple lobes of your lung. She was going into kidney failure. The biggest issue is she was going into progressive respiratory failure from a really bad multifocal pneumonia that grew a very bad bacteria that patients often don't survive. And then I conferenced with the family every day, and she declined, and we discussed that she was going to need a ventilator. She was failing, she was tiring, so I transferred her to the ICU in the daytime during my shift. And this is her death note, but she didn't, she went into the ICU, she got intubated. We had continued everything, antibiotics and ventilator support. And then again, so in the morning, I can't come in the next day. She'd been palliatively extubated in the evening, and she expired rather quickly, I write. And then I put the time of death and that her family was at bedside.
Does that appear to be fair and accurate recitation of the course of her treatment in your mind and this discharge?
Yes.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Any objection?
No. All right, so once again, from states should be 14, the discharge summary. So this is the date she would have been come into the hospital, and when we say discharge, we mean that's if she dies. That's
Hello, everyone.
correct. 11/20. That's you, right?
Yes.
And who's this guy?
Dr. Runzer would be her internist, who is her outpatient internist.
So that's like, I don't know if people still use it, like a family doctor, like the guy I go to for my checkups, or anyone goes to for their checkups?
Right, but internal medicine instead of family practice, yeah.
Okay.
Her primary care provider.
And for the record, that's Gregory Runzer, R-U-N-S-E-R?
Yes.
All right. And you just went through the final diagnosis. In preparing this document, and it looks like you electronically signed this on 11/26, right?
Can I add that when I signed it may not have been when I dictated it, because these dates seem kind of far off. I may have dictated it, and then it goes through medical records, and I signed it on that date, but that is accurate. That is when I signed it.
Okay. You might have prepared this anytime between her date of death and that date of signing. Got it. All right. Is this part up here, the final diagnosis, is that cut and paste from the other medical records?
Very likely. That probably did not change at all.
Okay. And then history of present illness. Now, unlike Ms. Walls, where she's in the ICU already, you got to interact with Ms. Penick. So is this from the medical records, or is this all brand new here?
No, still most of it is from the medical records. And then at some point I peel off into what happened that day that I moved her to the ICU. And I have the hindsight at this time of dictating this. I will have known that I sent her into the unit. I went home at 5. I came back the next day and she had passed.
Okay.
So there is a little bit of hindsight in my dictation here.
All right. So when you're talking about what happened to her regarding her respiratory biofire, what's that? I don't know what that is.
It's just a panel to more accurately figure out what is causing her respiratory failure, her pneumonia. We used it a lot during COVID too. It's just a very common respiratory test.
Okay. The family gathered at bedside after we had transferred her to the unit. So this is all, how did were you there for any of that?
I believe we intubated her before I left that day. We brought her to the unit and she was put on the ventilator. as I recall, the family struggled with whether or not she would have wanted this, but again, they needed to have to gather family to discuss.
Okay,
And we didn't really have time to discuss too long because she was going into respiratory failure.
all right. So this part where she was palliatively extubated, were you there for that?
No.
All right. And, yeah, because what in military, this is, the time of death was?
10:50, just before 11 p.m.
Okay, on 11:20, so you are not at the hospital at this time?
No.
So how would you have found out about those things?
Again, the next day, my team, this would have gotten past my evening team / night team, and they would have let us know in the morning. We would have printed the census, my patient wouldn't have been on the census, and usually that's the first, one of the important things we communicate to each other in the morning.
Yeah, someone passed away.
Yeah.
All right, so that would have been, once again, information given to you by your team. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And so all of this last sentence, this is just one of those, you say discharge summary when someone dies. I would be happy to sign. Why are you saying you'd be happy?
I will never dictate that again, but I'm never happy to sign death certificates. But the reason we identify who's going to sign a death certificate is, again, it's an important legal document, and the chaplain immediately needs to know who will be, right after the patient passes, they chase down our team, who will sign the death certificate. They need to give a name and contact information to the funeral home for a physician who will be signing the death certificate. In this case, it definitely should have been me. I knew her for days, several days before she passed.
So if the chaplain's looking and you can look in the MER or whatever and say, oh, got to find Dr. Woodkey, she said she'd be happy to sign this.
Right.
Got it. Okay. And then looking at State's Exhibit, (18N).
Yes.
You recognize Exhibit 18N?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 18N?
It's Melissa Penick's death certificate, listing her causes of death. Just shortened version of what I had on the diagnoses from the discharge summary.
Okay. Fair and accurate?
Yeah.
Your Honor?
No objection.
So once again,
I said no objection, and she said no.
I can't hear her.
Okay. Did that accurately reflect the conversation?
That did.
First time you ever been told someone.
I didn't know someone could hear.
All right, thank you. Publishing now 18N. And once again, is this your signature halfway down under certifier name and title?
Yes.
All right. And you signed this on 11/26, is that right?
Yes.
And the cause of death is, if you could, that you wrote down?
It's MRSA pneumonia would be methicillin-resistant Staph aureus. It was a resistant staph bacteria. Her second diagnosis is Candida esophagitis.
Is there a common term for that disease?
It's like a yeast infection of the esophagus that we see mainly in immunocompromised patients.
Is it also called thrush?
Well,
no, I don't know. That's just what I was told.
When it's in the mouth, it's thrush.
Oh, okay. So where was this on her?
In her esophagus.
Oh, so this is like down her throat. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a yeast infection in her throat. Okay. And what's this?
Coronary artery disease.
All right. And then what's that mean?
An arrhythmia, atrial fibrillation, probably why she was on the blood thinner when she came in.
Okay. So what killed her immediately was the pneumonia she had developed. 2 weeks.
Yes, it was a slow decline, but yes, the MRSA pneumonia would be considered the main offender to her death.
All right, and then what's this little 2 squiggly lines and 1 month mean?
Approximately 1 month. She had that prior to admission.
Okay, and years, are you just, is that precise at all?
No, just again, they need to be ordered in the most immediate to the most remote in diagnosis. It doesn't have to be exact.
So certainly an important legal document for all the reasons you've said, but you're doing the best you can with approximations as to cause of death here.
Correct.
Once again, referring to State's Exhibit 14, we've gone over the discharge summary. You go back into what's called the MARS, the medication administration record. I mean, I know this is all electronic. We got this all in a notebook. But did you go on the computer and look at the MARS for the amount of midazolam and fentanyl she was given at the time of extubation?
No.
Right. So showing you the medication administration record from State's Exhibit 14, the last page of that, 11/20/2018. When preparing your discharge summary and/or signing that death certificate, did it occur to you to go back and look at how much fentanyl and midazolam was given?
No.
It's available to you if you want to, right?
Yes.
Is that ever your practice in preparing discharge summaries and/or signing death certificates in cases like this?
No, that would not be normal practice to go search through the MAR after a patient passes.
Why not?
Well, it just would be, in my opinion, we see thousands of patients a year. It's just extremely low yield, especially in a situation like this, that both of these two patients we're discussing and all the patients that my group saw these were very expected deaths. They were not, there was no surprises. Perhaps if there were some questions, you could, again, I don't even know where in the EMR that form is. I've never seen it before, but it's available to us, but it is not normal practice to go search back through those records.
In your practice and in the practice at Mount Carmel West, do you assume good intentions in those you work with?
Of course.
I have nothing further.
Ashley?
Do you want any of these up here?
No.
Okay. Yeah, these, you don't need these.
One moment, Your Honor. I could take my exhibits ready. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the record, we know each other.
We do.
Socially. But we've never discussed your testimony in any way.
No.
Want to start with the discharge summary in Rebecca Walls, if we could. Showing you what I've marked as Joint Exhibit 13, page 7 and 8. I know you had indicated with a pointer just which sentences or lines you had, quote, cut and paste. I just want to make sure I understand the process. You dictate the discharge summary report, do you not?
It's a drag-in, so it's a combination of typing, electronic. You can cut and paste parts that you want, and some dictating.
Okay, so let's talk about the part where you can manually, if you will, cut and paste something.
Okay.
Is that how you indicated you did this first portion here, is you manually cut and pasted?
Probably. I wasn't expecting this question. I'd have to look at my last progress note to say for sure, but this looks like the beginning of her hospital admission, the story of when she came in. That was very likely cut and pasted the very first section there.
Okay. And fair to say, though, you understand as the attending physician, when you're doing a discharge summary, that ultimately you're going to have to put your name on it. You understand that?
Yes.
And so when you're cutting and pasting, fair to say that you read in advance what you cut and paste.
Yes.
Okay. And then after, and obviously you cut and paste from the EMR, right? From the electronic medical record of the patient.
Yes.
So you're reading that as well. Certainly you have access to the patient's electronic medical record.
Yes.
Do you review the sheet of a patient that says significant events? Is that a sheet that you would review?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as Joint Exhibit 13, page 935. Does this look as if this is a significance event page for Rebecca Walls?
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to scroll down and see if this is the type of document that you might review when dictating your portion of the discharge summary into the report.
I see that this document exists. That is not something I would normally review. We speak to each other. I look at the progress notes. A lot of this was reported in some of the progress notes. But no, I do not review the significant event report.
Okay, but you would look at the progress notes in the EMR?
Yes.
Would you look at all of the progress notes or just the most recent progress notes?
The most recent ones from the day before when I saw the patient.
And then in addition to your review of the progress notes, the most recent ones, you also have conversations as a matter of practice with someone from your team that tells you about what happened?
Yes.
And then as a result of that review of those progress notes, other documents in the EMR and conversations, you dictated the beginning at overnight 11:18, she remained, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked you about whether you reviewed that significant event because you included this information here that the family was called to bedside to discuss the code status.
Yes, and I'm telling you that I very likely was told this from my colleagues who are present in the hospital. I probably did not review the significant events report.
And fair to say that given that you work for the group, you work in a team, do you not?
Yes.
And you rely on one another when you're not at the hospital, that a team member is at the hospital, that you communicate with one another to share information.
Yes.
And I remember during your direct examination when the prosecutor asked you, for instance, about the final diagnosis of Rebecca Walls, and you asked to see the discharge summary. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Because fair to say, absent the prosecutor showing you this discharge summary, you didn't have any independent recollection of the day before when you saw Rebecca Walls, correct?
At the time I dictated this?
No. Yes, now, current day.
No.
And so the discharge summary, part of its value, is it not, is it summarizes the most important events.
Correct.
And want to do the same thing if we can with Melissa Penick. And I'm sorry, let me just make sure on Rebecca Walls, and I'll put it up so we're clear. She had kidney, heart, and lung failure, all three essentially.
Yes.
And even had, and I just want the jurors to understand this, TAVR, am I correct that she was actually slated to have a valve replacement in her heart? But
That's accurate. It looks like they were trying to stabilize her enough to try to get that done, but obviously she never stabilized.
And so she couldn't have the valve, the TAVR surgery on her valve.
Correct.
And what does the aortic valve do for us?
Well, the aortic valve is, the main valve is when the left ventricle squeezes, blood rushes out your body. The final valve, it's in a high pressure system, and she had a very tight or stenotic aortic valve.
And that could cause heart failure, could it not?
It causes heart failure, and it'll eventually cause death if it gets too critical stenosis.
Showing you now what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 14, page 7 or 8. Does this appear to be the discharge summary from Melissa Penick?
Yes.
And same thing with respect to her critical illnesses. She also had heart, kidney, and lung failure.
Yes.
And she's on vasopressors?
I don't know if she got put on vasopressors at the end. Did I comment on that? I don't think her issues were very pulmonary.
Okay.
She became vent dependent. I don't think she got put on vasopressors.
Okay, let me, I should have asked this question. Sorry to toggle back and forth. Rebecca Walls, she was on vasopressors, correct?
Yes, she was.
So, and your notes indicate as to Melissa Penick, there is no note about vasopressors on her. Is that fair to say?
Correct. And for the purposes of the discharge, it honestly would not have, it's insignificant.
And this case, this being Ms. Penick's, you were more familiar with Ms. Penick's, were you not, than you were with patient Rebecca Walls?
Yes.
Because you had seen her on a regular basis before she passed.
Yes.
Fair to say that this was a declining individual?
Yes.
And you, in fact, were the one that made the decision that she needed to go to the ICU?
Yes.
And indicated here, I just wanted to know, was that when it says I was in contact, can we infer that this is not a cut and paste? This is you dictating into the machine as to what happened?
Correct.
And it says you were in contact with the family every day as to her clinical picture, never began to improve, and she remained on either Airvo or BiPAP and was not even able to eat because of hypoxia.
Correct.
And those were your own observations that you put into the dictation machine?
Yes.
And then you go on to talk about her respiratory biofire was also negative?
Correct.
What does that sentence mean?
Well, we are looking for any other infection or anything else that couldn't be treated to make sure that it was all MRSA pneumonia.
Because if there was something else that could have been treated, you would have wanted to know what it was.
Yes.
And then you note, do you not, the family gathered at bedside after we had transferred her to the unit and intubated her and decided that she would not have wanted to be put on a ventilator.
Correct.
I know that the prosecutor asked you that you weren't present, so it's likely that that information was relayed to you from a team member. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And I just noted, with respect to both of those patients, that you indicated on direct they were very expected deaths.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor, I have no redirect.
Dr. Benke, you may sit down. Call your next witness.
Well, Your Honor, for the first time in this trial, we have run out of witnesses for the day.
We went quicker than they anticipated, I guess.
So 3 witnesses in a day, I think that's a banner day.
I hope it's a record we break soon, but that's beside the point. Ladies and gentlemen, you get to go home. Remember the admonition. Let's get started at 9 in the morning with lots of witnesses.
We'll have them all here, sir.
Okay? Have a great evening, folks. Be safe. What's the temperature outside? Jeez. Enjoy your early.
So, guys, it's another interesting day. Well, hopefully, you guys can hear me. But yeah, another interesting day today. Oh, it sounds like they're still talking.
I was not familiar with it, and I will echo what Mr. Abaya said. It's been estimated that there are 300,000 separate documents here. So my only point in all of that was I just wanted to look at it. We don't know where it came from. We still don't. And you know what? I've got 2 people on this right now, and they'll probably find it somewhere in those 300,000 things. So I didn't want to impede anything on that. Real stuff aside, that was it. I just wanted some time to look at it so that we knew what it was. So we're gonna, I'm sure there are things we have that we think we've given, we haven't given. So I want to put that on the record that I wasn't trying to say they were trying to spring anything on us. I just didn't. I just wanted to choose. I thought I had all our statements. So okay. And if we could just confirm on the record, we have now all the expert reports we're going to receive at this time.
You're confirming that, or you're asking for comment?
We would ask that the defense confirm on the record. We're done with that, so we can start.
Okay, let me go through your checklist. Okay, relative to the exhibit that I did not.
Yeah, he's not going to do it. If he did do it last night or this morning, that ship sailed.
Okay. Relative to the experts, what's our progress?
I think we have a supplemental that we are turning over to them today, and I don't believe there's anything further.
So all 5 reports are in?
Yes. Our expert reports are in, and we have 1 supplemental on Dr. Patel.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
That answers our question, sir. No, hold on. We have 4. We don't have 5. We have 5.
Yeah, that's my point. If he didn't do it earlier,
Don't you have
Johnny's not
the
bringing
new
it up.
doctor who they were hiring?
Can I look at this in the morning? I'm going to give you an answer. I'm going to give you the answer in the morning.
Hankinson's the cop involved in the Breonna
Let's be
Taylor.
here early so we can do it 10 minutes before we go and bring the
But
turkey.
yes,
at
it
9.
makes sense that their experts need time because the other experts had to give their testimony first. So, yeah, guys, not a lot for today. Tomorrow I'll be in the office, but I'll probably be a little more involved. Teddy Hankinson's the Breonna Taylor shooting detective. Yeah, guys, just stick around. Obviously today was a fairly rough day for the state. I don't think they did as well as they were anticipating because that pharmacist did not help at all. This last witness, nothing big. I mean, she did her direct, but the pulmonary cardiologist lady, like I said, that pharmacist was brutal for the case. Yeah, he did not shoot her, but he's involved in that whole situation. I'll be talking about that tonight. But that's really it, guys. So, yeah, I hate to cut it short, but I can answer questions tomorrow because I will be around all day. But I will be in the office working, but I will be able to take questions. So, yeah, I will. I think I'm going to close up shop now, and I will talk to you guys later. Yeah, Critter, they're 100% done for the day. Guys, have a nice night.